Let's give it. Let's do it. Welcome to everybody out there in the chat and those beyond that may be watching the show but don't feel comfortable actually coming into the chat and chatting. For those of you that may be out there in the multiverse watching, hey, join the rest of us. Come in the chat, say hello, let us get to know you, and share, some topics or whatever you want to talk about, and come up with suggestions for things that we can discuss on future shows. And, it's great to see Roy in the chat. I
agree with him on that. I hate autocorrect.
Yeah, I have learned not to type the word Tamron in anything that I'm going to put on this channel without triple checking it before I show it, because it's not very nice. It's not very nice. And I'll leave it at that. We have Real Nikon Lover in house. And we got Luke. And who else we got in here? We got everybody, obviously, that's on the panel. And we're going to hope we get some more people that pop in here. We're at 12. But obviously there's not a lot of news out there in the photo world, unless you want to get creative and start making. Well, we could always make up a new rumor, right? Because hey, that's what 90% of the channels do, but we don't do that on this channel. So we may share some rumor talk from some other sources, but we don't tend to generate our own. So we try to keep things. I just saw Roy's comment.
Yeah.
If you found the word, Roy, that's what the autocorrect does. There's a case of AI not being overly intelligent. And okay, Jim's saying he got his eye fixed last month. No more blurred vision, so I'm assuming you had cataracts. I've been having a problem with my eyes for the last couple weeks, and it's something that happened to me maybe. I'm guessing a year ago, where I've got the floaters going on. And if I look up at the sky, it's better than it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, if I looked up at the sky, I thought all I saw was black snowflakes coming down from the sky. Wow. I mean, and it was like everywhere, the whole field of vision, up, down, left, right. The whole thing was full of black dots with like a clear round circle around them, and moving through my field of vision. And now, it's much better than it was. And say hi to Chuck. Chuck's in the house. It's much better than it was, but it does still irritate you when you look. You're focusing through your camera and you see things moving around. It's distracting. So I got an eye appointment. I went to the doctor right away last time I had it, and basically there's nothing they could do about it. They just, they run their tests and they say we don't see anything, physically wrong with the eyeball or whatever. Everything is, I don't have cataracts. I'm nowhere near having cataracts. And, and then the strange statement was, well, it'll go away because your mind will compensate for it and it'll just kind of clear up on its own. And I didn't really buy that theory, but amazingly enough, I mean, within a month, it did go away. But then for whatever reason, like I said, a few weeks ago, it decided to make a reappearance, which was not welcoming. I do not like it at all.
I tell you that cataract replacement lens is a fantastic operation. It's incredible. It's when you say, "Oh, you start having cataract," suddenly it progress for me, and the same happened to my wife. It progresses rapidly, and then you. But then when they put you new lenses, man, you can see like nothing else.
Yeah,
It's like
my wife went, and well, she had both her eyes done, cataracts done in both
here.
eyes, not at the same time, but one year, one the next year type of thing. And
Yeah.
she still wears glasses because she can't see close up. And she bought those, magnifying reading glasses, like you think of like the librarian 50 years ago with the chain around the neck with the, just putting the glasses up, all the time. And she got tired of that. And she says, I'm just going to get a regular pair of glasses. I'm going to have them set up so it adjusts for close up reading. And then when I'm just looking straight ahead driving the car, there's no prescription. I'm just looking through the glass. And she
Yeah,
did
they
that.
give you the option
Yeah.
for either far vision or short vision. There are some that are both short and far vision, but it's not as clear as either one. So that's why I also took the far vision option.
Yeah, I think that's what most people tend to do.
Yeah, my wife
Unless
did the
you got to
opposite.
read close. Worst case, you're like, worst case, you do this, right? I mean,
Well,
For a
nowadays
photographer,
everybody is doing
the
the
photographer,
podcast or they're listening to it, so
yeah. So,
they're not
but
reading anymore.
any of you that are in the margin of having to do the cataract thing is don't think about it. When you're type calm, do it, and it lasts the rest of your life. So and it's becoming better. The I did mine like 4 or 5 years ago, which and my wife did it this year, or last part of last year, and it had progressed. For her, it was even uh, shorter operation. They do one eye at a time, so
yeah.
they do one eye at a time. But
She only did drops for like a week and went back, and then she was fine.
oh yeah, no,
I mean, actually, she could see before the week showed up, but she had to do, I think, 2 kinds of drops for a day or two, and then did one
exactly.
type of drop for the rest of the days. And when she went back for follow up, it was like checked her eye, and she had 20/20 vision.
Exactly. So, hey, new lenses. We like new lenses,
We
correct?
like new lenses. Yeah, take care of your own lenses, right?
Exactly.
Now, the question is this Nikkor glass, or is this Canon glass, or is it Sony glass, or somebody else's?
None of the above, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. We got to hope it's not, it's Chinese glass. We might have to worry a little bit.
Viltrox or
Yeah. It's Viltrox lenses. It's like, well, a little soft around the edges, but you can see in the middle. We got Bob Our Photos in the house, and Rakesh is here. Hello, Rakesh. I got your images that I'll share in a little bit. Thank you for sending those in. And Gustavo sent in an image that he painstakingly did I think it was a 9-image stack that he put together, if I remember right.
Yep.
And came out wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And I'm sure he pinched himself afterwards and said, the trip was worth it. I got what I wanted to get. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm good.
I haven't finished yet, so I'm still experimenting. It's quite challenging. So I may improve on that one.
Yeah, Roy says Zeiss eyeglass. It's funny. There was actually one. It was like one of those. Trying to think of the name of it. Like a Sam's Club type of place, like a warehouse, wholesale warehouse where they sell large Costco, that type of place. Yeah. I went into one of those and I bought a pair of glasses one time, and they were more expensive, but they used Zeiss glass for your eyeglass, and it made a difference. It was nice. It was nice. So I would like to find. I mean, you already said we're not going to get our eyeglasses from the same place this year. We got to get them from somebody else. Got to find some that are better. But But anyway, for those of you that traveled or did what I did and took the lazy way out, and just watched the whole solar eclipse event from my couch, watching the NASA live feed, and they were showing you all the different parts of Texas and showing what areas you could see something, and some areas you saw basically nothing other than when it went dark, and then other parts of the country as well, and that was kind of neat. But I'm sure like I said, for someone that's not into astronomy and that type of thing, it satisfied me, but I'm sure it doesn't replace the real deal when you're there and you have the satisfaction of that you, like in the case of Gustavo, where he met his goal, he got what he wanted to get, he planned it all out. He had to do a plan B because plan A probably wasn't going to work for him. He did a plan B. The plan B worked, and yeah, other than a few probably restless nights and tired nights and driving, he survived. So Roy says no. This is I see Roy's feeling better, guys. You got to look at this, Gustavo and Dave. This tells you Roy is doing much better.
Yeah.
No eclipse here, so I may have to moon out the window. And Maribel is in the house. That's great. Hello, Maribel. I hope you are doing well. And yeah, Eclipse 2028 in Sydney.
That's right.
Hey, well, Roy, you got to get better, and then you could get like a half a dozen guys from the show here that'll raid your house and stay and use your house as a base camp.
You can run your show from there, Jeff.
And Roy could supply the lenses too.
Exactly. Light travel.
Yeah, Roy could just you don't have to bring your lens, just bring your body. Roy will rent you the rest of the gear, and you're all ready to go. And Mookie MC is in the house, and let's see. I'm sure I missed out. Drunk Wedding Photographers here. Good to see you. So we're up to 16 people. Now we're going to have Luis Piera coming back at 11 o'clock Eastern time tonight on the show to finish his discussion that we started not last week, but the week before that, where we talked about, or I shouldn't say he talked about Costa Rica to provide us information about types of birds and how recommended that if you were to go, that you don't stay at the same hotel for, say you went for a week, don't stay at the same hotel for the whole week. Go to 2 hotels that are at different elevations, because different elevations offer different opportunities for different types of wildlife. There may be different birds at 3,000 feet higher up that you're going to see that you won't see where you started out from. So he'll continue that discussion tonight at 11 o'clock and share some of his images with us. So you got to realize he was going to do it at 10. I says, give yourself another extra hour sleep and come on at 11. We'll all be here. We'll just create some things to talk about between now and 11 o'clock. Let's see. Well, we might as well just jump right in here, and we got enough people on here now to where I'll do it. I'm gonna bring up the 3 images that Rakesh sent to me, and we will share them. And I'm not one that can really talk to these images too well because it's not my cup of tea per se. So, Gustavo would be better to comment on it. And Rakesh, feel free as I bring them up and share them that you interject some commentary in the chat. And, I'm probably not going to even show them in the right order I'm just going to do a lot of apologizing ahead of time and get all that out of the way. So let me see. So I'm going I'm going to take a guess of an order here. And so let's do a
Beautiful.
share, and let
Oh
me,
man, the beads. Yeah.
Mhm.
and that's neat with the cloud cover around it too,
Oh yeah, the clouds can add.
Yeah, the clouds do add something. It's
Yeah, for sure.
actually, isn't that the Death Star from Star Wars?
Exactly.
That's the Death Star.
So the first question for Rakesh is, where was he located?
Yep. So
No, beautiful rendition.
yeah, I cannot see the chat, guys. So you'll have to tell me if he's responding or not. I cannot see it.
This is just before totality. So
Yeah, he took two. He took two of them before, and one of them, I think, at the totality. So we'll share this one first, and then we'll bring up the next one. And I gotta shrink the screen down here and we will go to the next shot.
I know Rakesh, he mentioned last week that he was going to try to travel as well. Oh, that's beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
So he needs to tell us what equipment, Rakesh, do you use?
Yeah, what'd you use? What filters did you use? I mean, obviously, you used an ND filter, but if you want to.
During this time, you don't need filter. I mean,
yeah. Now you don't. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So
gorgeous. Yeah, you can even see the sun flare to the side.
Yeah.
exactly.
Over here. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, those prominence. This is the mass ejection. You see those red things, right?
Yeah.
The amazing thing about those is like the spots, that red thing that you see on the side, probably you can point, Jeff.
Yeah, right here. I don't know if you see the hand.
No, I don't. No, we don't see it. We see
Okay.
that. Anyway,
But,
so the red thing
about at the
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock position. 4 o'clock position. You'll
Exactly.
see that
So
ejection
that
of.
thing is like twice the size of the Earth. Okay, and it's basically a lot of mass of the sun that is being expelled into the into the into the corona. So this is a photo of the inner corona, right? So that Rakesh, he used the Z7 II with a 100 to 400 Z plus the 1.4 converter. So he was like a 560 if he was also in, which is it's a good very equivalent to what I use in terms of I use the 600 millimeters. So that's very good. So I love those.
We'll put up his last one here.
That's a composite as well.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and then it crop. So this is very similar in the position. You will see that if you photograph one eclipse, if you are more or less in the same time zone, the corona doesn't change that much. The shape of the corona, which is the outer atmosphere of the sun, is rather static. Now, if you wait hours, like for instance, a photo from Canada will look slightly different, correct? But I photographed the same prominence. You can see even a bigger prominence, like about 6:30, right?
Yeah, and we'll bring yours up next.
Exactly. So
And
this is a composite, Rakesh, or is a single exposure?
did you stack or? We will give me a second too. I got to minimize the original files here because I have to open them all up on my desktop first before.
So that's
single.
Yeah.
So the question for Rakesh, when you're looking for the other image, did you take more than one? Did you make a how you make a stack.
Oh, you said single.
Yeah.
And all of them
Yeah.
were single.
By the way, that one, the way you see it like that, like the one that Rakesh just showed, that's the way it will look to your eye through a binocular. Okay?
And here's Gustavo's. And I will make the screen bigger.
So this is a stack of 9, right? And David, I use the modify what I got from the NASA guy that turned out to be, as we predicted, the right kind of set of exposures.
Oh yeah.
Right? So this is a 9 exposures. You can see probably later you will be, so you see a little bit more of the corona and more structure in the corona. That's the beauty of doing the stacking, Rakesh. Okay, that you can see all the structure of the corona, and you can see that it has the same features that Rakesh has with that prominence at 6:30 and that prominence at 4 o'clock. Right?
Yep. Yeah, that's okay. I'll be a ham and say that's otherworldly.
and for some of you who have the opportunity to do this, doing the photo is fine. Okay, being there, that's actually the best, because it's all the changes of the light. The partial eclipse, correct, until it gets about, I don't know, 98%, perhaps 2-3 minutes before totality. It is really weird. You have like strong shadows, but it's dim light. I mean, it is weird. And then you see, everything around you. So, for some of you that are going to be future eclipses, I mean, try to make it to see at least one eclipse in your lifetime, because it's a fantastic experience. I mean, I haven't seen anybody that goes to this and say, "Oh, did I do this for only 2 minutes?" Well, this actually worthwhile.
Yeah.
The 2
Yeah,
minutes.
Rakesh said he sent me a 5th one, so I'm going to have to find it. I mean, a 4th one. I only showed 3, but I'll have to look at my desktop and see if it's hiding in the corner somewhere. But
Exactly.
I had 3, and I'm sure there's. If I did go back to the original email, and there are 4, so there must be one hiding out somewhere here that I have to find. And if I can't find it, then what I'll do is I will resend them to my desktop, and then I will find the one that's different.
So it's so the next, there are a few clips are coming up. The one in Spain to 2026, and Iceland and Spain, and the one in 28 in Australia, and I think there's one in Botswana as well. Within now for Aussie and the United States, we got another one coming in 2045, but I don't think many of us will make it that far. But
Well, some of us probably won't, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Not that I want to think those thoughts, but that's the reality.
Exactly.
Roy
will make it.
Roy is never going to die, as he says.
Exactly.
He's never going to die.
He'll still be mooning out the window.
So one thing that happened on this eclipse, as technology progresses, correct, and you learn. Certainly with the stacking is that was available in 2017, but for this year I prepared a little bit better. I knew what I needed to do, and the mirrorless camera with no vibration. It's amazing, and the glasses are a lot better. Correct, so it's a lot easier to take the eclipse today. The only issue is that eclipse was very high in the sky, so it was in excess of 60 degrees.
Oh wow! Look at that.
So in order to watch it, it's troublesome. Right?
Yeah, this was his other shot.
This is fantastic.
So this is one that I don't know why I always say save all on my desktop, and I only had 3 there, and I didn't have 4, so I just resaved them all. And here's the one that I didn't show. So now we've seen all of them. So great job. I mean, really, really nice. Now, did you guys just have? What did you have for when obviously, like you said, when it's like this, you don't need to wear the glasses, but when you were wearing the glasses, what kind did you buy? I mean, what did you get? Were you wearing? Was it made out of glass, or was it some kind of cheap stuff that you could just buy for
the camera or for our eyes?
For your eyes. For your eyes.
No, for my eye. We bought some good welding glasses for the 2017 that my wife had taken care of. So
okay.
we were having those already, and I bought a bunch of the paper ones as well to have it in case somebody there in the park didn't have one. Actually, everybody that came to the park where we were was very well prepared.
Okay, I was wondering if they had cheap paper ones.
I have a bunch of them just to give away, but everybody was very well prepared in that parking, and I think it's a place called Illinois, in a park called anyway. So that's where we ended doing. We went the day before, scouted the location, went very early in the morning. There was another photographer first time in the morning, and then eventually more people show up.
Now, were you shooting from the roof of a building, or were you on ground level?
No, it was actually a small state park. I think it's called Wayne Fitzgerald State Park. So it was a beautiful place.
I don't see a Wayne Fitzgerald State Park in your contacts.
Okay.
Now was that elevated? Were you elevated?
No, it was close to a boat ramp. Although we were in a park, and there were being a state park, there were some facilities nearby, but we were in a grassy area. So the location that we scouted the day before, in the middle of the rain, turned out to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff,
so thank you for Rakesh and Gustavo for sharing your images, because most of us lazy guys didn't bother. We didn't travel.
The trick, and we don't have Martin here. He traveled the farthest because he came all the way from Germany, right? And he also moved. Actually, he ended relatively close to where I was, but we didn't know, correct? So I'm sure that he got because he also watched the weather, the forecast, and actually it's not the regular forecast; it's a cloud forecast, which I learned in all this process. There were 3 models, one Canadian, one American, and one European model. This is Jeffrey. This is more like when you have a hurricane that you have to make. You have to become your own weather forecaster to decide: do I stay? Do I go? It's the same process.
Oh yeah.
Since I'm familiar when I live in Louisiana.
Well, but if you miss it, if you don't have any risk to life or limb, though.
No.
You don't get the shot. You get the shot, or you don't get the shot.
Although being in the road, it can be tricky as well. Correct?
And we got Peter Gregg stopped by to say hello in the chat here, and Pharaoh Man is in the house, and so we appreciate everybody poking in and just saying hello. I mean, that's what makes this a. Well, what was the term? We use the term community, and I think we're all comfortable using the word community. But I know my friend our friend Ron Pollard said we should just call it the neighborhood last week. But because community is used so much, it's like. But but I think it's okay. Mookie's saying SpaceX had some cool images from its Starlink satellites as well. Yeah, I don't know because like I said, I was on my tablet watching the NASA feed, so I'm not sure. I would imagine that a lot of the local news channels like had a little brief story and showed some of the images, I would think.
Oh no, I think a lot of the channels, and also the local channels were good for the weather, correct? Because they remember that there was a lot of people in the road, right? Actually, the road this time being in a more populated area was a lot better, correct? My son last time in 2017 got stuck in the road in Wyoming because we went with a camper and stayed. We went 2 days before, stay a day after, went to Devil's Tower and South Dakota afterwards. So we said, "Oh, let's do a vacation out of it." But he tried to come back because he needed to go back to school, and it took him 24 hours, something that only take like about, he went to Douglas, which is outside Casper, Randall, correct? From Denver, which is not that far. I mean, it's like a 4.5, 5 hours. And it took him a whole day to come from Wyoming to Colorado.
Well, he must have done a lot of stopping too.
No, the road was, I mean, Wyoming doesn't have many roads, correct? So when everybody tried to get out in 2017,
okay.
it was impossible. In Illinois and I think Indiana and all those places, I mean, there is, small farm roads everywhere, correct? So you could always get out.
So after a while, everybody just pulls out their grill and starts cooking.
No, actually, except that photographer and my wife, as soon as the clip finished, everybody hit the road because they didn't want to get stuck in traffic. So we were the first that arrived and we're the last to leave.
Well, you weren't trying to do the whole trip back in one shot anyway, so you weren't in any hurry. So you just let everybody that wants to get into accidents do it ahead of you.
Exactly. So no, we stay enjoying the park. Actually, the park, that park was nice. In the morning, I was here's Martin.
Hey, Martin's here.
Okay.
Oh, he's in the Everglades.
He's in the Everglades. Watch out for the Crocs or the Gators. The Gators, not the Crocs. Well, they got Crocs in Florida. So it could be either one.
That's true.
You might end up with a hybrid. What do they call that? An alley croc? I don't know. But tent in the Everglades. So he's working his way. Martin, what location, when you head back home, what airport are you leaving from when you head back to Germany? Just curious. Yeah, we're all happy Roy's here and his sense of humor's here, and he's typing pretty good, so better than I am.
Exactly. We miss the wit of Mr. Roy. He need to keep us all under control here.
If somebody says to me, how many words a minute can you type? I could just say 300, but that doesn't mean you're going to understand half of what I wrote. But I could type 300 words a minute.
So Martin said that he's flying out of Dallas. So he wants to make it all the way back to the West.
Wow.
Peter, don't dig on that one, Peter.
Yeah, that's good. Randall, we love you, man. Somebody has to get the dark images.
Oh, Randall was just on the dark side.
Yes, he's in the yes. That's right. Maybe you saw something that no one else did when you're being on the dark side. You never know. And Martin says lots of driving. Yeah, when you said you drove 20 hours, I think you said 20 hours when you emailed me, getting out of Texas and heading to Missouri. And I guess you had no way of knowing that you were pretty close to Gustavo. But that's a lot of driving, and I can't do those kinds of. I mean, and I'm sure you probably did it in one shot too, because of your time frame. And I can't do those 20-hour trips anymore. I used to do it. Sometimes I would hit 20 hours, believe it or not, due to traffic or accidents, just driving from Connecticut to Myrtle Beach, which if you don't really stop for a sit-down breakfast or lunch and you just grab something and eat it in the car, on a good day, you could get to Myrtle Beach from Connecticut. The best I ever did was 15 hours. That was the best I ever did. But the worst the worst I think was 21.
No.
and that was when I was stubborn and I was the only one driving. I wouldn't let my wife drive at all. And then as the years went by, I'd say, you could drive for a couple hours if you want, and I'll rest. But I couldn't sleep because I can't sleep when she's driving. So I'm laying in the passenger seat, like this with my head against the window with one eye open.
Exactly.
He says he had a short hotel stay in Memphis. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. We want you to be able to survive your trip to the United States. We don't want to hear that we don't want you getting taken out on your trip to the United States. And like my green camera. Yeah, you guys could green with envy. My green camera above my head. Right there.
That was one of your acquisitions through the eBay?
Well, yeah. Well, no, that was an Etsy thing. That was just a decorative thing. I says, yeah, that looked pretty cool because I could change the colors. I could have it cycle. I could have it cycle through different colors, and so I thought it was different. I said, that's my virtual reality camera.
If Martin make it all the way to your neck of the woods, you need to have those painted bunting located for him. You have to
that right now, I'll tell you, things are not too good down here. And you guys have heard me bellyache for years, so I won't add to the belly aching. But there aren't any right now. Let's put it that way. That what was the bunting that Luis shared? Was it like that was white?
Yes, it's the
on
snow
the photo
bunting.
review, snow bunting. That's what it was called. Yeah,
that's that one actually live all the way into the Arctic there.
Yeah, that the painted bunting is for down here where I live. I mean, you have prothonotary warblers, which are predominantly yellow, which are very pretty, but it's just basically one color. And the painted bunting, in terms of a myriad of colors, is the prettiest bird that we have down south. And people would come down here from all over to try to get pictures of that one bird, or people that were just birders that would come down with their spotting scopes and whatnot. Or some people would have those, I guess, scopes that you take a picture with your cell phone and things like that. But not much this year. And the only thing that's going pretty good, which is an improvement over the last 2 years, is finally the one section of the park that used to be very, very good for nesting, a nesting area for the tricolors, the anhingas, the little green herons, and the great egrets and snowies. The last 2 years was horrible. Absolutely horrible. But part of that was due to nature causing a lot of damage to the area from hurricanes and tropical storms and stuff like that. But this year, it is, the signs are very, very good that we're going to have some very good nesting, relatively good nesting activity for a change. And we may have some, unfortunately, the only problem is where they're nesting is where you can't get a very good shot. I mean, birds aren't silly, they go, oh, those humans want to get a picture of me. Well, I'm going to make sure I'm in the thicket and you can't get me. Ha ha. I got all these twigs in front of my face, so we got that situation. And then even when you think you can get one that's out in the open, you're still shooting through bushes and a tree line that's in front of you. So you're trying to find that one little hole, with your telephoto lens to be able to position yourself to get the shot. So it's a little bit of a more than a bit of a challenge, a little bit frustrating sometimes. You get that, you don't notice it when you're shooting. Sometimes you get that dark area in your frame because you got some foliage that crept into the corner and you didn't notice or whatever that's in front of you, and but you work, as I say, you work with what you have. That's all you can do is work with what you have.
Now we need to convince, for the paint and bunting, we need to convince Randall, because I saw that Randall now has the 150 to 600 Sigma for his Leica. So
or the Panasonic, yeah.
Exactly. So he had equipment for filters.
I've given up on the Nikon with the 180 to 600.
What I'd like to bring with me, which I could never get away with because they throw me out of the park, is a set of hedge clippers. Unfortunately, yeah, that would, then they would ban me forever. Not that I'd be missing much right now, mind you, but they would ban me forever. What else we got? Let's see what else we got here. Oh, it's kind of funny to see Nikon coming out with a firmware update for the Nikon D6. And I'll just say that's almost as incredible as the fact that it still commands a $6,499 price tag. Exactly. They have not lowered the price of that camera, which is amazing to me. Don't quite understand the logic behind that one.
Yeah. I think part of the update, from what I saw briefly, is they updated the software of the GPS like they did with the ZR.
Yeah. Global Nav Satellite System Module Firmware Update.
Exactly.
That's really the whole. That's really the whole ball of wax. That's all they did. And I think they did a very small. I didn't even bother putting it in my notes. I guess they did a super small one-liner firmware upgrade, like on the Z30 and one of the other Nikon cameras.
And the Z50.
Yeah,
and it's just for encryption.
Yeah, it wasn't worth even talking about. And hi, Wayne, how you doing? Wayne's in the chat. Wayne, we got Roy Bixby's in the chat as well. So if you see him in here, say hello to Roy. And Chuck's in here. Maribel's in here. Peter Gregg stopped in. I don't know if he's still in here or not, but it's good to see. Well, yeah, I agree, Wayne. D6 a flagship for the DSLR, but usually when you have a camera that's been basically supplanted and replaced by the mirrorless versions, you would not. Most in previous models, the prices would drop significantly. Once something comes out that's better, But in this case, they're holding fast. I don't know. It'd be interesting for someone to find out how many D6s they're selling. That would be kind of interesting. I don't know who could find that out. I don't have any connections, so I can't find out that interesting information. Jeff and Leslie are in the house, so good to see Jeff and Leslie. Jeff and Leslie are going to be kind of sort of in my neck of the woods in May,
No.
in the May time frame. So we hope to get together for lunch or dinner or something, meet halfway, and get to meet him and his wife. And hopefully the goal is to tag up with Martin as well and his spouse, and sometime the end of this coming week, 19th to 20th time frame, and hopefully I get to meet Martin as well. That would be really cool. So yeah, I mean, hey, anybody in the chat, if you're traveling through and you want to stop by and just if you want to stop by and for a day and shoot something down here, I could be your guide. I could take you. I have no problem at all. You want to just do a meet and greet and have something to eat, I'm still your guy because I like to eat.
Exactly.
So that works as well.
So let me tell you one thing. I was thinking about Jeff and Leslie, but Mr. Jeff from Ohio. When I saw your video about your camera, correct? Your the 1880s camera that you have, which is all made of wood, correct? With some metal parts. I was thinking, wow, this will be a good project for Mr. Jeff, because we know he's extremely skillful with, he make all these rifles, old-time rifles. He has probably the skills that he can build one of those cameras.
I'm sure he could. I'm sure he could. I mean, you would just have to find, and there are places out there, and granted, it's not for every model that uses bellows, but there are companies out there that make replacement bellows for certain models of cameras. And obviously you still have a lot of high-end field cameras that are made in Japan, and you'd be able to probably steal find out what the part number is of a bellows on one of those fancy Japanese field cameras and use that on one that you make from scratch. So yeah, and you could still buy plenty of lenses that go on a backer board, that you could put on a camera. And actually, like the one I have that has no shutter, it has f-stops, has an f-stop adjustment but no shutter. And what some people do, and what you'll see on some older cameras, and it's not original, because they'll have a camera like an 1890 era or late 1890s era camera like I have, and it'll have a shutter on it. Well, you're taking a shutter that came out maybe in the early 1900s, and you're putting it on your older field camera.
Exactly.
It wasn't that way when it was made.
On our community here, if Jeff will do such a project, he just need to talk to Albert, and Albert will probably tell him how to.
Oh yeah, God, Albert could probably give him part numbers. Albert probably has blueprints.
Exactly. So Jeff in Ohio, when you visit Jeff in North Carolina, take a pic of his camera and look at it very carefully. Make some measurements.
Yeah. A lot of the wood, Jeff, that was used was mahogany. Mahogany was very common.
Well, more durable, correct? And dense wood that will not.
Yeah, you want something that doesn't that's stable and isn't going to expand and contract and is very hard, because it's going to take a beating. Those cameras tend to take a beating.
Yeah, Jeff is just saying that cherry or mahogany is fairly stable.
Yeah. Get some of that Brazilian cherry, boy. That thing would be hard. That thing would be hard as a rock, but you'd be going through drill bits and router bits like crazy.
Exactly.
That wood is, and that's gorgeous wood too. That Brazilian cherry is like, wow. I love that stuff.
But
They used to have a woodworking store, that you could go in and buy, buy lathes and table saws and whatever you wanted, and then they had a fairly good exotic wood section where you could buy all sorts of woods from different countries, tiger woods, and not the golfer, tiger
yeah,
woods.
exactly.
Yeah, you can make a camera out of tiger woods.
That would be an expensive one.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
But when I was like 14, I tried to make a cámara oscura in one of the rooms in my house, in my parent house. Didn't work out that well, but yeah, I mean, what amazed me all that is your camera, Jeff, that it's a purely mechanical thing, correct? It's a purely it's a simple, relatively simple, correct? They just needed to have somebody to be able to produce relatively good glass, and the rest was all woodwork and some metal work.
Yeah, and the heart. I mean, once you kind of had your little cheat sheet, your notes. Okay, partly cloudy.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to expose this for 2 minutes at f8 or whatever, and or a sunny day. Oh, I'm gonna be shooting this at f8 as well, but maybe I only need a 30th of a second. And they take all their little notes, and then from there, the hardest part is. Well, the hardest part for the person getting their picture taken is not moving, because you got to sit still for a fairly long period of time. But once you get down, what your settings are for different lighting conditions with the camera, then the hardest thing for the photographer is prepping if they're doing the wet plate photography, prepping the plate, and then developing it, within that 15-minute window. And if it's dry plate, they're lucky. They could just keep everything in a dark bag and work on it the next day if they want to, But that's the hardest part, was the developing process, especially with the two earlier methods of developing stuff. That was more than a pain in the neck, and very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Yeah. And you needed to have, but also to build a camera good quality like that, correct? You need to have a master craftsman like Mr. Jeff here that know how to work with wood and metal, correct?
I used to have a beautiful wood shop in my house when I lived in Connecticut. I built a 2-car garage, and I made it 2 stories. The second story, had like a shopsmith in it. And I had the wood lathes, and I had, the radio arm saws and all that stuff. And now I hardly have any tools at all. I'm like, half the time I can't find a screwdriver. I got nowhere to put tools where I live now. There's no room for a workshop. You just don't have it, because you don't have a basement, and you don't have a garage big enough to put stuff in. So all that stuff I had to give up, but I used to like doing stuff like that. But yeah, that would be an interesting project.
I'm sure, Roy, that they were as surprised as anybody in the hospital that you were so concerned about chatting with somebody when you're in the middle of when they're trying to do something to you.
Right. He's like, get the heck out of here. I'm busy typing.
Exactly.
So if all of a sudden he has a lot of typos, we'll know somebody's sticking him with a needle or doing something to him, right? But yeah, so hopefully Roy comes back. He said his looks aren't very good, but hey, I don't see any of us on this panel that are going to be on Esquire magazine or anything, or Business Weekly. So
it's not a beauty pageant.
Yeah, it's not a beauty pageant, man. For us, I mean, What we try to do is capture the beautiful things with our camera, and we just make sure we're not in it, and that's a good start.
Exactly.
That's a good start.
We are at the right end of the lens.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you gotta have John Ishii take pictures and say, make sure you bring the Plena so you can blur us out of the shot.
Exactly.
Let's see what else we got. Not a lot. The Viltrox I think it's their first autofocus lenses, but it's APS-C 56 millimeter f1.7, 139 bucks.
They also had a 75 millimeter
Autofocus? Was it?
Yeah. Yeah, APS-C.
Okay.
So they came out with a 23, the 56, and the 75.
Oh, I'm sorry though. Their first one, I'm thinking their first autofocus lens for I think full frame was the 50.
They had an 85 also.
That just came out. That just came out supposedly on the 12th of yesterday. And I don't know what it costs. I know the Sony one is $228. It's a 51.8. So Sony's version is $228. I tried to find anybody that was showing the price for the Nikon mount, and I couldn't find anybody showing it when I was looking. It's probably out there now, but I'm assuming it's probably the same price, $228.
Yeah, I've got a Mica 50 millimeter on the Z mount f1.8, and when I'm in Calgary, I use it on my webcam. And I was out using it today, shooting black and white with it, and it's like for the price, I'm extremely happy. It's about a quarter of the price that I would pay for a decent Nikon. So, but it's heavy and it's quiet.
Yeah, I guess I'd be worried if you use one of these lenses to capture the eclipse, it would probably melt.
That's true.
If it's got plastic lenses, it would probably just turn into a puddle of goo.
Exactly.
And then you'd send it back to the company and you'd say, "Hey, I don't know what happened. I was just pointing at the sky, and all of a sudden it just."
I think you'll find that the lens would be okay as your sensor would be NFG.
Yeah, I wouldn't even want to know. That's a curious thing. I wonder if there's anybody in the chat that ever had a sensor fail, say out of warranty, and actually paid the money to have the sensor replaced, what that would cost, or if anybody has any idea what that would cost. Because I wonder if it's one of those situations that it's such an expensive part of the camera that it's like the camera becomes a throwaway. If the sensor ever goes bad, you just say, well, I'd have to spend too much. At that point, maybe your camera's 6 years old and you say,
Exactly.
oh, if I got to pay that much to fix it, I'm just going to go and buy a new camera.
Like a total. You total your camera.
Total, yeah. Oh, it's just like anything else, if I have something that breaks, I look at, okay, how old is it? What's the likelihood that something else is going to break within the next year? And like, especially, anything like a refrigerator, let's just pick a refrigerator, a dishwasher, something craps out and the guy comes out and says, well, it's $120 to come out and just see it. Exactly. We're going to charge you $120 to show up. And then they say, oh, the part's another $150 and it's going to cost another $100 for labor. So now you're up to $370 and you're like, okay, that's like a third of the price of a real high-end dishwasher. So at that point you just say, see ya. I'm just going to throw it out and get another one.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the kind of what they want, correct?
Well, it's Europe is changing their rules for appliances, and so the manufacturers have to stock parts for I think it's 10 years now. So it's going to be easy to fix them, which is going to be a plus.
Jeff and Leslie saying they're using their old D7200 for the Eclipse, so if it bites the bullet, they can replace it cheaply.
I tell you, the biggest challenge for this eclipse was the angle. So I'm glad that I took my gimbal, took my ball head, took my flex shooter. Actually, ended up using the ball head because the angle was so high. Even with my tallest tripod, just to get behind the camera was difficult.
Mhm.
Right? So I need certainly for that uh, I will need something different.
Rakesh, Randall gave it a shot, but he was in Texas, and Texas didn't cooperate very well.
Exactly.
And Gustavo, he got out of Dodge, as they say, and he changed directions and went to St. Louis area. And he got some beautiful images. We shared it earlier in the show. You'll have to go back and take a look at the beginning of the show. And Rakesh was nice enough to send in some wonderful images that he took. And do you guys remember where he was? He was in Indiana, I believe. Is that where
I
he
think
was?
he was. I think so. He didn't say this time, but I think last week he mentioned that he was trying to make it to around the Indianapolis area. But we can ask him again.
Yeah, I know he said in the chat. I'm trying to scroll up to see if I could find it. That I thought he said it was Indiana. Yeah, Liberty, Whitewater State Park in Liberty, Indiana.
We're Indiana. Okay.
Yep. So
So where were you, Mr. Jeff and Leslie?
yeah, did you guys go out and try to get it, or was it not anywhere near your locale?
Well, he wasn't. My son, who was in Akron, Ohio, saw it from his place, Findlay.
Findlay, Ohio. Okay.
So he must have got a good weather also there in Findlay.
Liberty, he says Liberty, Indiana is about an hour away. Yeah, that would be cool if we had. I'm not saying we're going to do this because a lot of people, right to privacy, right? Everybody doesn't want their name and number and address out in the universe for everybody to find. But it would be kind of neat if you had like a photo directory or something, with people in the chat. And if you're traveling through a state and you sit there and you go, oh, so and so lives here, maybe I'll give them a call and see if they want to go shooting while I'm driving through their state.
Exactly.
It would be kind of neat. Like I said, open invitation to anybody that's traveling through the Myrtle Beach area. You are welcome to stop by my home and pay a visit, or go out for lunch or dinner, or if you want to have me put you to sleep and take you to some of the local area spots, I am more than happy to do so. So, hey, if you got to drive through here anyway and you got an extra day I'm more than willing to accommodate you and do some stuff with you if you wish to.
But you're doing well, Mr. Jeff. You have been visited by Mr. Mossman. You visited Chuck.
Yeah, and I'll be seeing Mossman again, and he's coming down April 23rd to May 4th to visit his dad in North Carolina, and that's about an hour and a half, I think, from my house. So I usually go to his dad's house, and I visit his dad for a little bit. We go out shooting, and then we have a favorite restaurant that we go to after we shoot, and then he comes down my way, and he goes out with my wife and I, and for dinner, and we do some shooting down here, and we have a great time. And like I said, hopefully I'll see Martin next week, and hopefully Jeff and Leslie will be able to get together in May when they're in North Carolina as well. So
maybe when you go to with Mossman, you can check those blast skimmers again.
That's what we're planning on. That we're gonna, and I'm gonna bring my video tripod, and I'm gonna film as much as I can of that activity. Oh yeah, Ooh. Let's make it look really impressive. Yeah,
So Randall, you traveling by car or you're flying
Yeah.
to
Uh,
visit Peter?
Because Peter wants me to bring a lot of equipment, so I'm gonna have to take care of myself.
And you
The
have
last time we
plenty.
went on the airplane, I kept going in the wrong line, and finally I was in the right line, and I took everything in my pocket except for my wallet, and then okay, you're gonna have to take off your shirts because there's something on you. And then they found the wallet, and they were mad at me for, if you would have listened to us, took out your wallet, you wouldn't have to gone through this. And I said, give me a break. I haven't been on a plane for 40 years.
Wow.
3 different
Man,
lines.
when you were flying, then they used to wind up the rubber band and let you just let go.
Hey, horse and buggy. That was before then.
If you got the,
Get the time right.
if you got the twin band model, you had a chance of getting there.
Remember, you go to the 4-way crosswire, you look both ways, you fire your gun. Okay, I guess it's okay. Let's go. Good
Jeff,
old days.
Jeff and Leslie sent a few images to share, and I'll comment ahead of time on one of them, which will be the second one we show. Now, you guys probably never heard of this is a very scientific thing. It's only in a few manuals. They call it the cookie eclipse. So if you've never seen or heard of the cookie eclipse, he has pictures of what they call the cookie eclipse. So, but we're going to show the conventional set of shots here first. And so give me a second to do my magic.
They're also called beads, right? It's kind of like with the light doing the what was it? The mineral.
nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Composite. Beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
Well
Beautiful.
done, Jeff.
Wonderful job. Really cool. Now, I like your second shot better, I will tell you. I mean, he sent me the cookie eclipse earlier in the week, and blew me away. This is great, but this is really cool.
It is.
Wow.
Wow.
So everybody enjoy that. This is nice. Everybody sharing everything, and it's not even a photo. It's not even the photo of the week, baby.
Exactly.
There we go. We got images. I'll tell you, we're just full of surprises on this show. Let me tell you. Now, when you see the upcoming cookie eclipse, you're going to be like really blown away. Oh, shoot. Did I delete the wrong one? Oh, man. No, I didn't. I just clicked on the wrong one. Okay. So let me bring up the cookie eclipse, share screen. Now, hang on to your seats. Be prepared. You'll never. Now, this one you only see like once every 50 years. Okay. This is a once every 50 years one, the cookie eclipse. You know, and then all of a sudden, you know, it just, you one minute it's there, and then the next minute it's just gone.
Exactly.
It's an amazing event, and you know, everybody has to try it.
but unlike the eclipse, it doesn't come back again.
I was waiting for shot number 7, 8, 9, and 10.
So Jeff, I hope I built up your image well enough for you. But he sent me this one. I go, oh yeah, I can relate to this one.
And you can put AI on it. Make a good story.
Oh man. Oh, Albert's. Let me put this up. We were talking about. Let's see. Yeah, Jeff is saying the cookie eclipse was intense.
Yes.
You had to have that 16 stop ND filter to capture that too. You know, I mean, and So this is interesting. We talk. I just kind of threw out, gee, I wonder if anybody ever got a sensor replaced in their camera. And then Albert's here, so good to see Albert. And he's talking about a Leica S006 CCD sensor corrosion. Very humiliating for a prestigious brand like Leica to join the medium format market in such an embarrassing manner. So Albert, what did they end up doing a recall, or did they just stop making the product and kind of
Yeah,
like
they
stiff
just continued.
everybody? Did they kind of stiff everybody, or what? What did they do? I'm curious.
It took too long to ship it out. Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously, you know, John Ishii wife had problems with her where it didn't perform well in the cold. You know, John's Nikon worked fine. The Leica didn't work fine in the cold, and she had issues, and she called Leica numerous times, and basically they weren't doing nothing. They weren't doing nothing for her, you know, and now she doesn't shoot Leica anymore, or not that I know of. I think she's shooting shooting Hasselblads or whatever now. Yeah, but if you don't take care of your customers or you assume that it's okay to, you go, oh, I'm not too many got that one yet, it's okay to kind of screw with them. We're not going to help them out. We're not going to do anything. It isn't that you're going to lose your shirt because you screwed, let's just say you screwed 1,000 people or something, right? That isn't the issue. The issue is those 1,000 people share the story with thousands of other people. And that's what hurts you. What hurts you is the word of mouth. And manufacturers tend to forget that. You know, they seem to think that, you know, it's okay to, and it's for every product out there. I'm not picking on Leica by any means. There's like every manufacturer, you know, when they look at Dodge, right, with the Caravan, didn't want to spend the extra 50 cents or something to fix the lock problem on the back of the lift gate on the minivan, and kids were falling out of the car, you know, in their car seats and stuff, and oh gee, but if you know so they you know, you have the bean counter sitting there and say, well, how many people might die, and how much do you think we'd have to settle for? Because if we add 50 cents cost to 1 million vehicles or whatever number it was, that's a lot of money. You know, that's a lot of money if we do that. You know, they're not looking at it as 50 cents a part. They're looking at 50 cents a part times 1 times 10 to the whatever. Oh, we can afford a few lawsuits. We're not going to replace it. And they didn't do it for a long time. And then all of a sudden, yeah, we're going to replace all the locks for free, you know, but it took a while. It took a few people to fall out of their cars, and then all of a sudden they did it. Mozman's in the chat. He's stopping by. I know he's in LA right now, and glad that he's taking a few minutes out of a party he's attending to come on the chat and say hello to everybody. So we thank you for coming in and saying hello. And
Robert Daniels also joined.
Yeah, we got Luke's in here, and
but I was surprised that I mean, the Germans used to have good reputation for taking care of the clients, but I personally was dissatisfied almost recently. I have one Rolly car that I bought to carry my equipment, which very well made, good German engineering, but I dropped one screw. So I actually wrote to the company for a replacement screw. And I was expecting, being a German company, that they will, you know, tell me, okay, you can buy it, because I mean, you can even see the replacement screw in their in the website. But they told me, hey, we don't ship to America. And I actually was expecting, being a German company and having such a good reputation, that they will send it for me for free. They didn't even give me the option to buy it. So it was not. It's not the service that I was expecting from a German company.
No.
See, German engineering, there is the big corporation, correct? But a lot of German engineering is done in relatively small shops, correct? Which are family owned, family maintained, and they take a lot of pride on their, uh, being good machinists, okay? And so I was expecting good service, and I didn't get it. So,
Well, unfortunately, they let's just say, and let's so everybody doesn't say I'm just being a pain in the butt about camera companies. We'll switch to watches. Let's just say let's switch it to watches and continue the conversation. Okay, so you have certain brands of watches that for your typical Joe like me, your typical Jeff like me would never. I pounded. Oh, my thumbs were up. I'm like hitting my chest and my thumbs are up. Okay, but would never pay the money for some of these watches that are out there, right? But it's like, some of it. It seems like some of it is such a status thing for those who live this lifestyle of the rich and famous that they don't necessarily take care of their customers, but their customers have so much money. If something goes wrong with it, to them it's a throwaway item, and they just go out and buy another one. Where you or I, if we were to buy something like that, we'd be taking out a 3-year loan to pay for it, and we certainly wouldn't be happy if they do one of these. We're not going to be happy with that. But if you got enough money, then you don't care if people are doing this. You go, I could buy 20 more tomorrow if I want to, But that's not us.
It probably costs them more money to write the email and send it to you that they're not sending it than it would to put the screw in an envelope and just mail it to you.
exactly.
Well, it's funny though. You'll have a class action lawsuit for something in the States, right? And you don't even necessarily know about it, but they have records. They know that you bought this widget or whatever, and there's some lawsuit, and you got a place like Gustavo's saying, they won't even ship you a screw. But then sometimes all of a sudden you get a check out of the blue in your mailbox for like $2.35
Exactly.
from some lawsuit that you didn't even know that you were part of. And they spend more money processing that to send you a check for $2.35.
But the lawyers made a ton of money out of
But
that.
they can't ship you a screw.
So Eva is in.
Hello, Ava.
And she went also to see the clips on Monday. So Eva had to tell us, did you succeeded or not? Yeah or nay?
Oh, price I paid to take off Monday to see the eclipse. Yeah.
Thing on the side. So he may not answer.
Yeah. Greg, hey, at least you show up though, whether you're late or not.
It was fabulous for Eva.
He said, someone buy new gear. It's like, I didn't buy new gear, but I actually got out and used some gear. Well, I did buy something new not too long ago, and I did not have a chance to use it. So I finally used the Plena the other day. And I used my 105, my Z-mount 105 macro, which is incredible. I mean, really, really something great. And the thing is, I initially talked earlier, I got, floaters in the eye right now. So I'm trying to do manual focus with the macro lens. And when you got all this crap just buzzing around, forget it, so, and actually what worked out better, surprisingly, because I can't always say this was the case, but you have such a shallow depth of field with a macro lens. Even if you stop it down quite a bit, it's still pretty darn shallow. But so that if you're like out there and it's a little bit windy, and you're trying to shoot at that flower, and your body even moves like an inch forward or an inch backward, that flower could be out of focus. And so eventually, as I was using that lens, I just said, "Oh, the heck with this!" And I was still using the pinpoint autofocus mode for macro. I like to use the pinpoint autofocus so I can get exactly where I want to get. But I used autofocus continuous instead of trying to do manual focus. And I just said, hey, I'm just going to take, hold the shutter button down for, a couple seconds, get whatever, 8 pictures.
One will be in focus
or whatever. And well, yeah. And you would get what you wanted. And it was tack sharp and it was beautiful. And rather than sitting there, with, manually focusing and using the features of the that you have with manual focus and then you move a half an inch forward and you go, oh, now you're tweaking the lens again, and then you rock yourself back a little. Forget that. Just shoot it in AFC and do a short burst, and you'll save yourself a lot of time, a lot of headaches, and you'll get the shot. Instead of sometimes I think you like to say you shot did manual focus just so you can brag that you shot manual focus. But sometimes, give it up and flip the switch and let the camera help you out, because the autofocus is so good on these cameras that, have a good time using it.
That's a first requisite of macro photography outdoor with flowers and insects. No wind. It's a windy day. Don't go out. You wasted your time.
Oh, and you're not using film, so you can afford to take 2, 3, 4,
Exactly.
Yeah.
20 shots, I've got a camera that Anita gave me. There's a film camera, held 36 exposure rolls, and it had a motor drive.
Jeff and Leslie are basically validating my statement. I didn't see their comment before I spoke. Pinpoint autofocus, AFC, and they use spot metering. And that's use the AFC, man, for your macro shots, man. Save you a lot of irritation. Then when I used the Plena, what I did, didn't really have any specular highlights to capture. So what I did was I had a scene where there was a rectangular pond area with a fountain, and there was a big statue in the middle of the pond, and then around the circumference of this area were flowers, and at the corner of the rectangle was a large vase with flowers in it. So what I did was just to fool around with how well you could really isolate your subject using the Plena wide open, is I focused on the vase in the foreground to basically blur out everything in the background. And then I flipped it the other way and I focused on the statue, and the vase and everything in the front was totally blurred out. You could tell what it was, but it was nicely blurred. And that's what makes that lens so much fun, is the ability to really isolate a certain subject like that. It was a lot of fun. Windy day and scissors, huh? But I'll tell you, what's funny is the day I went out was a day after I did some nature bird photography, and it was overcast. The sun was poking out through the clouds, but there was just enough cloud cover to be the perfect diffuser, and that's when you want to do your flower shots with diffused light like that. You don't have to have an assistant holding a diffusion panel for you, and all the white flowers, nothing's blown out. Everything, the color has good saturation to it. So yeah, don't always say, yeah, I'm gonna go out and do macro shots. It's a beautiful sunny day. No, wait for something that's not so sunny.
Exactly.
Where it's bright, it has some brightness to it, but it's a soft light where you got enough clouds to soften it, and then you're gonna get the best results.
Yeah, now we know what is the real motivation of Roy. Put that comment from Roy to Woody.
Okay, yeah. Haven't finished annoying people just yet.
Odie.
Ooh.
But yeah, I loved the Plena. I didn't use it a lot. I mean, I was switching between the two lens during the time I was there. I was really blown away by the sharpness. What you could do with that 105 macro is amazing. Wonderful lens. Wonderful lens.
See, I'm used to that more than the Plena.
Well, the Plena to me is great for flowers when you're doing it more as an environmental shot. When you're showing a large bed of flowers, or your flowers are part of the context of your image. Would not use a Plena in lieu of a macro lens by any means, but I'm just saying, when you want to shoot all the flowers and you want to selectively defocus a certain area of your picture, I mean, that's wonderful for that.
Yes.
But, the macro, I mean, you could get in on the center of the flower and you know, and really get some really creative looking shots. And Jeff's saying here that Leslie is holding the diffuser is Leslie's job. So he said, "Oh, she's asleep, so he can say it. He can get away with it." Yeah, but Jeff, you got to hope that when she wakes up, she doesn't watch the show.
Exactly.
Right.
You got to remember, anything we say on this show is a permanent record. So we have to be careful what we say.
Exactly.
I know I've opened mouth, insert foot, saying something, you know, that my wife might not have appreciated once in a while. And I'm like, but luckily she's not interested in my show, so I don't have to worry. But
yeah, my wife occasionally, if I beg a lot, then and she's in the car, she will put the diffuser too.
yeah, she well, you know, I mean, she will. We got a fair amount of my pictures hanging up on walls in certain parts of the house where I stick the Jeff flag and say this is my territory.
Exactly.
And she likes, you know, stuff that she'll see sometimes when she walks by the computer and she sees me diligently fooling around with stuff. But you know, she appreciates what I do. She just doesn't have an interest in doing it.
Well, that's the role of our wives, to keep us humble, so that our head doesn't grow too big.
Yeah. Well, what happened to mine?
Exactly.
It got too big.
So that's why you need a good wife to keep you in shape.
Yeah. Well, my wife calls me Humpty Dumpty.
Oh.
She says I have like an egghead, so she says I'm Humpty Dumpty. So now I've revealed a family secret.
Exactly.
So next time you read Humpty Dumpty to your grandchild, just think of me sitting on a wall. The only other news that came out, which I know all you diligent YouTubers here already know, is that Nikon Rumors, they posted a statement that Nikon completed their acquisition of Red, and I truncated the statement because it goes on and on and on forever. So they appointed a new CEO, and Red's president, Jared Land, and the founder, James January, became advisors. I'm sure they're as they say, the golden parachute will be quite golden. Exactly. And I'm not going to try to pronounce the Japanese person's name, Keiji Oishi, something like that. But I'll apologize ahead of time. But he works for Nikon's imaging business unit, and he assumed the role of CEO. And then Tommy Rios, who was the executive vice president of Red before it got merged, moved into the role of the co-CEO. So Red's co-CEO states that they are the pioneer in cinematography, and the synergy with Nikon will only help continue to evolve. We will continue to deliver cutting-edge technology that no one has ever seen before and remain committed to working together with all the Red dealers around the world. Red's advisors, James January and Jared Land, shared their excitement about the merger and their confidence that Red will bring a new era to the professional digital cinema camera market. So, and gain the opportunity to achieve new heights with the help of Nikon. And that's true. I mean, Nikon brings a lot of available cash for R&D. You know what I mean? So there are things that it's not just a benefit in one direction. It's going to benefit both brands.
And 100-year plus of optic knowledge.
Yeah. And so then the last blurb that I stole out of it was Nikon and Red will merge the strengths of both companies to develop distinctive products while leveraging the business foundations and networks. That word networks is very important. Networks of both companies to expand the fast-growing professional digital cinema camera market. So, one could say, oh, they're getting paid to all be flowery and complimentary and blah, blah, blah. But I think they are sincere, because if you really didn't feel, if Red didn't feel Nikon would be a good suitor, they didn't have to sell their company to Nikon. They could have sold their company to somebody else. So there was definitely obviously a certain level of respect between parties on both sides, even though we didn't get that impression because of the lawsuit. We all assumed they hated each other's guts, but obviously that's not true. And time will tell how well that works out. But I, for one, think that both parties will come out with new stuff and improve and surprise us all. And whereas I won't be one that's ever going to be able to afford a Red product, and I'm not going to get into cinematography to the point where I'm going to need a Red product, but I can appreciate what they do and what they do in the industry, and we all benefit from it because we're watching movies that are being made on the Red products, right? So if you're a movie lover and there's more and you get better technology and it improves your movie going experience, then we all benefit in that way. We may not be benefiting because we're buying the Red product line, but we're benefiting from cinematographers that are using the Red product line. So we do get something out of the deal, even though we are just buying a movie ticket, right?
Exactly. Well,
So-
and I'm sure eventually over years there will be cross-fertilization between the teams, correct?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're having pretty high 2 or 3 tier meetings every day now. Every day. I mean, picking each other's brains, sharing stuff, because now it's not like, I can't show you, that's our patent. Well, I can't show you, that's our patent. Now it's like, okay, what do you want? And so it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I think where Nikon could get some benefit is obviously some of the sensor design that Red has done, as well as the file compression technology that they've had for a long time. So those are 2 areas right away where you could get some very good tangible benefits from Red, and where Red gets tangible benefits from right away is Nikon's strength as a business and their ability to. I'm sure, even though you say, well, a cinema camera isn't the same as the hybrid cameras that Nikon's making, I'm sure there are certain parts that are common parts between the 2 of them, and Nikon's buying power and the quantity of what they would buy will allow Red to use some of those components and lower the costs of their product. Or if maybe it won't lower the cost for us, but it'll lower their costs and they'll make more profit. But we'll see how that plays out.
And I think we discussed that before. Is also the prestige, correct? It's a company that's established with the film community in Hollywood, correct? So they get all the contacts and the the access to these people. And remember, Nikon, Nikon is always have been very big on, being recognized as one of the leaders. So having, access to the truly niche market of the filmmakers is an important thing, correct?
Well, see, another thing is Nikon, they make lithography machines, and they're used in making sensors. And now Red has access to that technology that they didn't have before. And also that they're used in making the X-Speed 7. So when the X-Speed 8 comes out, it's going to have a lot of Red technology put into, or if not the 8, the 9 will for sure. So the two are just going to get closer and closer, and it's going to have both.
Well, and for all those out there that like to constantly create the confrontational approach of, well, Nikon would be nowhere without Sony because Sony makes their sensors. Well, I'll sit here and argue that Sony's probably using Nikon's lithography machines.
Well,
So in the way, Nikon would Sony might not be able to make any of their sensors at all if they weren't using Nikon equipment to help make their sensors. So we could play that side of the fence and say you're hanging your hat on Nikon versus you saying Nikon's hanging your hat on Sony. So I mean that's just stupid talk that people just need to stop talking about. Doesn't matter, Sony is a part manufacturer, and their job is to make money selling parts. They don't care who they're selling them to. And just like Nikon isn't going to say, I'm not going to sell Canon a lithography machine, or I'm not going to sell Sony a lithography machine because they're a competitor. Yeah. It's a different business unit. They have to be profitable. They have to sell their product to somebody. And that's just the way it is. And people just got to get over all this stuff and just stop making a big deal out of it. Because it gets, as they say, it gets old real fast, just like we get old real fast. All that constant storyline does get old real fast. And it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter.
But lithography machines are sold to other chip manufacturers too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So it's not just the camera manufacturers and sensors.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Intel and anybody, Taiwanese plants are probably using the stuff as well, and they're the biggest chip makers in the world, right? So
we got a couple of good comments there from Albert and Roy on this topic they're discussing.
Let's see.
Yeah, I believe you, Albert.
Nikon's going to totally take over the world of cinema optics and crush every company. Well, I mean, I think Red commented that they look forward to being able to use Nikon optics. I mean, that's obviously another plus in them coming together, because it's not going to be really, really hard for Nikon to do a PL mount, or whether they use a Z mount or they use a combination of adapters to do PL mounts for Hollywood. It's not going to be difficult to do and take existing lenses and do that. And then after they do the existing lenses that may interest the Hollywood types that they would want to see, then they may eventually do cinema specific lenses, if they feel that they can make further improvements, for cinema use. But people are using Nikon, as David said a week ago or 2 weeks ago. Nikon, they've been using Nikon glass forever. They've just been using the lenses and putting it in different in different housings or different lens bodies and using it in Hollywood anyway. So it's not like Nikon glass has never been used in Hollywood before. It's been used in Hollywood for decades. And
the cinema lenses, they're manual, and so all Nikon really has to do is Just take the servos out and put gears on the outside.
Okay.
Oh, here you go, David. You want to comment?
Roy, favorite topic.
See now, Roy. See, Roy. Now, I think what you're doing here, Roy, is you're not on the panel, so you're like somebody typing emails right now. So you can be bolder in your statements in the chat. You might be a little more refrained if you were on the screen here, you know. So you're going for it, man. You're as they say, you're knocking some teeth in tonight. You're knocking in some teeth.
He's trying to catch you up from the weeks that he's missed.
Oh yeah, he's got to make up for lost time, man. He's got to make up for lost time.
I was using SnapBridge today, but I only use the Bluetooth portion of it. I stay away from the Wi-Fi portion of it because that is. I agree with Roy when it comes to the Wi-Fi portion. But,
Yeah.
but Nikon stopped selling GPS modules. So if you want to geotag your your pictures, you have a choice. SnapBridge or nothing.
So here's the kind of like tying in with my mini Chuck rant that I just went on. Jeff and Leslie saying the company I work for had an entire chemical division, and some of our competitors were some of our biggest customers. There you go. I mean, you know, let's not pretend that this is not a normal thing in business across every industry out there. You know, it is.
Exactly.
You know. Yeah. Wayne says that's fanboy talk. Yeah. Yeah. They make the machines, they make the sensors, and they design their own, but the fanboys don't agree. Yeah, you can't, you know, it's like, okay, you drank out of that special water fountain and you haven't woken up yet. I'll leave it at that. There's a lot of that going on in the United States.
When I was in the mining industry, I was farmed out to other mining companies quite a bit, you know, and for all the equipment that I had, it's the company that I worked for didn't pay for it. The companies I was farmed out to paid for it. And so my employer got the benefit.
Yeah.
Lens.
Yeah, and Rakesh is on Team Roy. Is with Team Roy. You know what? I have no comment on it because I don't save any images directly to my phone because I shoot in RAW and I don't do JPEG. And so I don't do that. So I can't offer an opinion. I've never tried it. I guess someday maybe I should just try it for the heck of it and just see if I find it confusing or not.
It is not easy to set up. The only reason why I shoot RAW and JPEG is for my Apple devices. They don't not like my Z8, 9, and F file format in RAW, but they read the JPEG and they'll say the RAW is there. But if you're just using SnapBridge, you don't have to shoot JPEG at all. And SnapBridge will take the RAW file and it'll convert it into a JPEG to send to your phone or whatever.
Okay. Albert's comment here is true. I've looked at the camera brand called a Plaubel Machina, which is an excellent medium format camera. I don't want to say it's rare, but it's not commonly known by people. and it has a Nikkor lens on it. It was always sold with a Nikkor lens.
What
So-
year was that camera made?
Oh boy, I'm guessing it was probably in the 60s,
Okay.
if my memory serves me correct. Albert will probably correct me if I'm
Maybe
wrong.
that's why it's called 67.
I think it's in the 60s, but I've looked at that and considered buying one actually, but you know, and what I'm starting to see too is you know, some when you start getting into, I know, and it doesn't matter whether it's older Nikon glass or older Leica glass or Hasselblad glass or whatever, but you just got to be careful when you start buying lenses that are from the 50s. If people don't, a lot of people can hide defects by not taking enough images of a lens, you know, when they're selling it. And if you don't have it like where you show it on a certain angle, you can lots of times you can see where that lens is starting to separate.
Mm.
You know, you could kind of see a crystallization effect around the outer diameter of the lens where that where it's just starting to where that would affect image quality. Okay, it's not like, you know, you don't have to have an old lens to have dust in your lens. I mean, you can have a lens that's a year old or a month old or whatever, depending on where you're shooting, and you'll get dust in the lens. And minor specks of dust are not going to cause you a problem. It's when you get large pieces of dust where you have a problem. But, you know, when you look at old lenses and you're buying old lenses and people shine the flashlight through it and they take a picture of it or whatever, and you go, oh, I see a spot, and you start having a heart attack. You know, you go, oh no, there's a speck in there. It's like most of that, as long as it's not fungus, isn't really anything much that you have to worry about. If it's wispy and it looks white and it's fungus, stay away from it. If it's just a speck of dust, don't get hung up on it. It's not going to cause you a problem.
So Luis just put in the chat that he's getting ready, so it probably will come at the end of the hour.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, Luis, 11 o'clock. If you're ready, then log into the show and we'll let you take over, and then everybody can ask you 5,000 questions. I'm heard that there's already 4,000 written down from the last time you talked about Costa Rica, so you're going to have a lot of talking to do.
Well, he should be used to it being an air traffic controller.
Yeah. Mold is the lens killer.
What's haze? Was it kind of like a fogging effect or what?
Yeah, haze is just kind of like, it would be like, think of it like you went to you used your Windex on your window and you thought it was clean, but when you looked at it, it had like a film left on it, and you had to get another paper towel and wipe it off again. That's
Okay.
probably the best way of describing haze. Or if you're smoking some wacky tobacco, after a few minutes, your eyes will have haze. You'll know what haze looks like. Haze looks like.
Yeah, I was thinking fog, but yeah.
Well, we're talking eyes, not brain.
Yeah,
Brain
yeah,
fogs. The eyes get hazy. Okay, Albert corrected me. Built and made in the mid-70s.
They're selling one on eBay for $1,400.
Yeah, many of them are in that range or up to $2,000, and there are very few that are worth that kind of money, to be honest with you. It's like, you know, if you looked at 100 of them, no lie, out of 100, maybe there'd be two that would really be worth that kind of money. And that's why if I'm buying stuff, I mean, I'll spend months and months, and I spent over a year waiting to get that old vintage camera, field camera that I showed on my show. That was over a 1 year search, and it was a combination of what I wanted and what I could justify cost wise, because there's always you go on Etsy or something, you'll see somebody selling an old field camera and they'll say, "Oh yeah, museum quality, $5,000." Okay, keep it in your museum. It ain't gonna be in mine for $5,000. Greg, Louise is going to be 2 weeks ago. He talked about, it was supposed to be like a 10-minute intro to Costa Rica as a lead-in for tonight, but it ended up being 2.5 hours of in-depth discussion about Costa Rica. And at 11 o'clock tonight or thereabouts, he's going to come on and talk about Costa Rica a little more, because he's been there a whole heck of a lot of times, at least 8 times or more. And he's very familiar with the ins and outs of the area. And there's at least a handful of people, some of which are on the panel right now, that Costa Rica is on the bucket list to do at some point in time. And he's going to be kind enough to talk about it some more tonight and share some of his images that he's taken when he's gone on some of those trips. So he's putting in a good effort for the team here in sharing knowledge with the rest of us. So I will once again throw out the invitation to anybody in the chat that has anything to share. You could put together a short presentation. It could be 5-minute discussion, 10-minute discussion about anything. You want to demonstrate a technique on how to do something, in Photoshop or something that you like to do, or any other program, or talk about a product that you bought that makes your type of photography work better for you. Feel free to share that information with the rest of us. I mean, Gustavo did a thing on rain sleeves and covers for your lenses. He's done quite a few presentations on the show, which is greatly appreciated. And we are going to recruit. We have a verbal commitment from Martin that he eventually, we haven't, he's still traveling and on vacation, but eventually we'll talk with him, and he's going to do a little presentation about using that UV wand for taking night photos of flowers with a UV light, which he did take images of in the last photo review, and share, what his settings are, what he looks for, how he uses it. And then we're also going to try to get another party to share. He does a lot of stacked images, and see if he'll be willing to share some information about his technique, or, if he, for different types of photographs, whether, one type of photograph, maybe he only stacks 9 images together, maybe another kind of photograph, he stacks 50 images together, and talk about why you might want to stack more images, or when you don't have to stack as many images, and what software you use and things like that. So haven't had a chance to contact that individual yet, so I'm not going to throw out his name, but we'll see if he's willing to put together a little pitch and come on the show. So anybody that has anything that they are willing to share, this is your place to do it, because this is your community. This is your neighborhood.
Exactly.
So we want everybody to get involved, because then, you want you to have a vested interest in the show, right? If you're involved with the show, you have a vested interest in the show. And that's what it's about. Yeah, I'll throw this up here again. Yeah, that's the lens is what makes this camera special. But you just got to be. I mean, Albert buys a lot of older equipment too, like I do, and we could both probably write a book about things that we could probably do a show together and talk about things you got to look out. That Here, Albert, I'm going to put us both on the rope. We could probably do put together something about if you want to get into collecting cameras or getting unique cameras, what you need to look out, what you need to watch out for, what you need to look for, warning signs, because there are a lot of them. And the thing is, when you look at the images that people supply on any, doesn't matter, where you're looking at this product, whether it's, Etsy or eBay or Fred Miranda's website or wherever, zoom in and look at every crease and crevice on that whole body of that camera all the way around. Look for your body to see if your leatherette or your leather body covering is lifting up along the edges. Because if you just look at a full frontal view, full frontal view, that's a little kind of far away, you can't tell. Zoom in and follow the edges of every seam on that camera, front, back, top, bottom, everywhere. And then when they open up the film back, look at the pressure plate screws and see if the pressure plate screws are rusty or not. Because if you find screws inside your film back, where you're in your pressure plate area, it just gives you it should make you think twice, or give you a little bit of concern that how was that product stored? Was it in a high humidity environment? Was not in a temperature controlled environment? And if the screws rusted, what could be inside the camera that you don't know about, that you can't see with your naked eyes? So you look for all these hints when you're looking at these cameras that you're thinking about buying, and then you have to weigh in your mind whether you want to take a risk because of something that you saw that maybe tweaks your attention, so and that's an individual decision, because everybody, some people would see what I just described and they'll say, well, of course the screws on the near the outside are potentially going to degrade sooner than anything that's enclosed. But, because you're opening up the back. Okay. Maybe you're outside, it's humid, you're opening up the back, you're not opening up the inside of your camera, but you are opening up the back to put film in or whatever. So yeah. Okay. Weigh that, weigh that, convince yourself that it's not a problem. And Roy, here's a big thing too. Look at the battery compartment. So many cameras, if they don't show you a picture of the battery compartment, you send them an email and you say, I want to see a picture of the battery compartment. I want to make sure it's not all rusted out and corroded. We got Luis that's coming in here. Perfect timing. Right at 3 minutes early. We're going to give him extra points.
Thanks. Good morning. Good evening.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I hope my voice is all right. I'm just going to put the volume here down a bit. Yeah, it's better. I don't want to wake up everybody in house.
So
can you hear me well or not?
Yes.
No.
Volume is good.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
yeah, I'm gonna move you over to the bigger screen. And so for those that maybe just came in, this is just a reminder that Luis has been kind enough to, several weeks ago to do a presentation, a discussion on Costa Rica, and this is a continuation of that event, where he's going to talk a little bit more about Costa Rica, what to expect if you want to go there for a photo adventure, and share some images that he's taken. And with that, I will let him take over here and have a good time.
Okay, let's first try to start this sharing thing. Let's go. Let's see if it works.
Here we go. And I am going to make the screen as big as
Okay.
I can at my end here. Oh,
Good.
wait, let me get rid of the comment. And then that way that's not blocking anything.
Okay. Let's see. Can you see my cursor? Yeah, you can.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I actually went back to that first time I was online with you guys, and I heard myself saying I have some 20 pictures to show you, but it's a kind of times 5 or so that I have. What I'm going to do, I'm going to highlight, like you can see this kind of shaded area here on the Caribbean coast, and you see also here on the Pacific coast here the South Pacific. So I'm going to highlight, those are 2 examples I'm going to talk first, talk about the landscape, and then we move on. I'll show you again this map, but with other areas highlighted, and then I'll show you a few pictures of what you can expect, let's say, fauna-wise. I'm also not showing, well, not all of these pictures are, let's say, the best pictures, but I also want to point out to some difficulties that you might have, like in the middle of the forest. And how can you improve on the pictures that I show, for instance. If you have any questions, please interrupt me. Well, I didn't talk to you guys first. Hi, guys.
Well, hello.
I've just started, and I make sure you guys keep me in tone and don't let me digress. I'm very good at it.
I'll throw out a quick question for you here.
Sure.
Is you in between your highlighted areas on the South Pacific side versus the Caribbean side?
Mm-hmm.
What is the travel time from one side to the other? How many miles?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question already. Listen, you see in the middle of the country, you have. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. Undo. I have to press somewhere else. There we go. So you have San Jose in the middle, right? The annoying thing about Costa Rica is that you have to somehow cross from the Caribbean side. There are, let's say, 2 possible roads which are quite central. One crosses towards, there I go again. That's good that we do this now, and I don't have to do this later, I hope. Okay, so you always have to cross San Jose or Cartago, which is further south, something like there, to get to the other side, and that takes you into a lot of traffic. So the question of how long does it take, it depends solely on the amount of traffic that you have in this central area. If don't count on the hours or the minutes that Google Maps or any navigation, they use Waze in Costa Rica. They say it's more accurate, but anyway, if it says 3 hours, let's say count 6, and if you are there in 4.5, you're lucky. That's the way especially when you cross that central area. I normally avoid the area of Cartago and San Jose during early morning and late afternoon. I prefer to cross during, say, between 11 and 2 o'clock, because that's when people are working. There is going to be traffic, but if you are, or let's say before 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe before 7 is good as well, but you're always going to have traffic there. So when I arrive in Costa Rica, mainly from the United States, you can either go to San Jose or here to the northwest to Liberia. Now, Liberia, here in the northwest, is very quiet. The road along the airport is very busy, but that's pretty much the only busy road that you're going to have. When you land in San Jose, depending on what time you arrive, I mean, from Europe, you arrive normally at the end of the afternoon, so it's going to be busy when you leave the airport anyway, unless if you're too late and then you leave after 9, and then it's kind of okay, but you don't want to drive that much after a long flight. So I normally tend to spend the first day or the first night around the airport, not in San Jose City, but around the towns of Alajuela or Heredia, which are closer to the airport. I would not go into San Jose if I don't have to. Nothing much to say. So from the Caribbean coast, if you're not that far from San Jose, you go up the hill, and that can be tricky as well. This last time took me forever, but there was something on the road. And count if you are in central by the coast, Puerto Limon, count about 2 hours minimum to get to San Jose as a minimum. If you are closer to the hill, then it's like an hour and a half if you're lucky, and then count maybe 2 or 3 more hours to get to this side. You cannot cross here in the south. There are no roads that cross here, so you are forced always to go towards the central area here. Going to Panama is very often not an option. Rental cars cannot cross the border. That's something you have to bear in mind.
And those are big mountains, Luis, correct?
Yes, like the tallest mountain, I don't know exactly, but it's like 3,500 meters. So you're well above 10,000 feet. So that's something you really have to count on if you want to cross, and it is possible to cross from the Caribbean to the other side. Just count the whole day, and then you see how far you get. There is a very popular national park, which is Manuel Antonio here. It's very touristic. If you want to cross from one side to the other, I've done that once, but I would not leave from the Caribbean coast. I would already stay overnight, a little bit closer.
So you have when you move location, you have like a traveling day where you do. That's the objective for the day, correct?
Yeah, if you need to cross the area of San Jose and Cartago, definitely. Okay. Otherwise, once you leave the central area, although traffic is not always, if something happens on the road or an accident or so on, you're always stuck anyway, but generally that's not the case. Of course, during the rainy season, you can have roads blocked, but you cannot count on that. So for me, if you're moving more than, say, 3 hours, count the whole day, do some burning in the morning, and then use the warmer or the hotter part of the day to travel. If I'm traveling like 5 hours or so, for instance, from this peninsula here, if you drive along the coast towards more or less here, Tarcoles, I think it's about 5 hours drive. And you can easily do that during the day because there is normally not much traffic.
And that's what type of road?
The roads on here are quite good. The roads on the coast, on the Caribbean side, up to the foothills, are getting better and better. It takes a long time, but the roads are okay. Mm-hmm. You're not going to have problems with gravel the roads are fine. You don't need a 4x4 generally for any Costa Rica trip, but it will help you if you need to park, let's say, slightly away from the road, or if you go to these more isolated places. But in general, you can do without a 4x4. The roads are okay, but once you get into the hills, the roads will still be okay, but with lots of bends and a bit steep. So you have to drive carefully. So it's difficult to say. Once you avoid the central area of the country, you are okay. I mean, and the country is not that big. So if you, and I'll show you later at the end, I'll show an example of tours that I've done in these last 2 years with my friends, so that you have an idea of what to do. You don't need necessarily to go to the extremes to see a lot of species. So let's see. If you have any questions about the pictures I'm going to show you, I have this other laptop on the side. I can give you the details of the pictures. I just need to make a few clicks. All right?
Okay.
Okay, so let's try to see. I have to click. I can do this. Click here. Does it work? It doesn't work. Hang on a second. I'm not able to move. That's not what I want to do. What do you guys actually see right now?
We still see the map.
You still see the map, and now it moved.
Now it moved. Yeah.
Okay, so I have to make the window smaller so that I can see what you guys are doing. Just give me a second to click. Yeah, this is what I need to do. Yeah, okay, so okay, so what I'm going to talk first is really the wet forest. So that's the Caribbean coast and the South Pacific. You see this gravel road full of water. You can still drive here without a 4x4, but then I would be careful in the deeper pools of water. Then you might need it. But this is typically a road which is away from the main road. This picture is actually in the South Pacific, close to the Panamericana Highway. And I just went off the motorway, past a lodge, and this is the way to the beach. Just to have an idea of how green and how lush it can be. It's a good birding area as well. This is another example of what you can expect. Here you see a guide ahead of us. He's right there. That's me, and that's a friend of mine. And you see we are in the middle of a small river. Many lodges and these guides, they can let you, or they can... they have a lot of these boots that they can provide you during these trips. Many lodges have also boots available for their guests. If I'm in Costa Rica, say before December, I normally carry my own ones. So it's actually easy, even if you walk for a long time. That's what the local guides do. These rubber boots, it avoids snake bites to some degree, or to a great degree, and you can cross small pools of water or river, not necessarily rivers, but if the tracks are muddy, that's the way to go. You don't have to carry about your shoes. If you go from December to say April, normally you don't need to carry any of these boots. But just to give you an example of what you could expect if you go off track. So this is a stainless scorpion. It doesn't do anything, but it looks quite impressive. So this is a macro shot. So this is just an example you can see on that type of habitat. Tarantulas. This one was shot with 70 to 200. Quite low speed, and I'm holding the camera against a tree trunk, so I can stabilize the lens camera.
Nice colors.
Yeah, actually, I found this. I almost stepped on it because I heard the spider move through the litter, so I was quite scared when I saw it. Centipedes, also a very normal animal to find. Also micro shot, not easy because they are moving all the time. All of these macro shots I show are just taken in the wild and as we go. There is no, let's say, manipulation, at least not to the degree that I'm putting them on a plate to take a picture.
Yeah.
This is typically the animals that you'll see. Slightly more interesting, and well, at least to some degree, are these tree frogs. These are glass tree frogs. Those are their eggs hanging. This is at night with a flash. You can normally find these eggs hanging on top of rivers or pools. It's always worth checking the backside of leaves if during the rainy season, because you can find frogs on the backside of a leaf on the underside, or even eggs during the rainy season.
Yeah, and then when they hatch, they just fall right into the water.
Yeah, that's it. That's what at least these type of species of frog does. Grass frogs. This is a brilliant forest frog. Yes, and let me just put the same. Give me a second. So I have the same display on the other one if I need to check. Also typical from the wet rainforest. This is a pygmy rain frog, very small one, like an inch or less. This is a species that is very often seen and heard in lodges, along paths. If you go with a flashlight at night, this is one of the species you're probably going to find with not much effort. The others require a little bit more luck.
Oh, beautiful.
This is a dart frog, a poison dart frog. This one is a lowland racket dart frog. It's very small as well. These are active.
You want to make sure that you don't accidentally brush your skin against any of those.
Well, these specifically in Costa Rica, you're okay. I mean, there is a species in Colombia which is renowned for its
Toxicity.
Yeah, exactly. You should not rub your finger, but these ones, let's say, in theory, you could, but just don't go with your finger to your eyes afterwards, because you'll get a rush. This type of frog is active. They are active during daytime. Okay. Most of the others are active during nighttime, but not dart frogs. They are normally active during daytime. You also have a lot of tree frogs. This is an hourglass tree frog. You normally find these at night in the neighborhood of water. Another species of tree frog, same thing at night, check on leaves as you walk. Not necessarily always close to water. During the wet season, they can be anywhere. Just take your flashlight, your macro camera, a lens, a flash, a diffuser, and that's it. Just hold the leaf horizontal or to make sure the leaf is, normally they don't move that much. You'll be surprised how close you can get to them. You just need a bit of light to get to focus, and then you just take the picture and see which ones turn out to be okay.
Oh, beautiful.
Now I show you this one, because you go like, what's wrong with this frog? This frog is this one, but sleeping during daytime. That's the red-eyed leaf frog, which is on every kind of T-shirt you buy in Costa Rica. During daytime, and I go back, they sleep under leaves. You see the eyes look different. They're not red at all. And the first time I saw these, I didn't know exactly what it was, but I know amphibians during daytime and during nighttime, a lot of them can change color. So my guess was, looking at the size, this would be, because they are rather big. Well, so maybe.
And this is on the side of a leaf as well, correct?
I'm sorry, you said?
This is the underside.
This is the underside of one of these big leaves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like 2 or 3 feet leaf, just next to a pond. So I saw these. I think we found like 3 of these sleeping frogs. So we decided to go at night, and indeed, beautiful. The first thing we saw on top of the table was these 2, male and female. So it was a nice surprise. I don't like the table, but okay. That's where they were. So an animal you have to be maybe not more careful, but caimans. Caimans are everywhere in the lowlands. These are small caimans. These were like a foot and a half big. They can grow.
Luis, that's the spectacle caiman of South America as well, or not?
Yeah, that's a spectacle caiman. Okay. Yes, that's a spectacle caiman. They generally eat fish. Even if you see a big one, they say, "Oh, don't worry, you can swim around them," but I wouldn't do it.
They are more docile, Jeffrey, like the alligators.
Yeah, they're more docile. Well, yeah, I suppose so.
Compared with the crocodiles, correct? Which are
Absolutely.
more
Yes,
aggressive.
absolutely. So this was in a small pond, but they move around during the wet season, and as they grow, they move to bigger rivers or lakes. But these you can find in surprisingly small ponds. What you can also find everywhere in the world are lizards. So okay, if you walk in the forest, even a dark forest, and you are hiking, and always look everywhere where the sun hits the ground, you're probably going to find something, either a snake or a lizard, at least a lizard. And you'd be surprised how widespread these lizards can be, but in small pockets of not populations. I suppose they move around. But you're hiking, and then you go like, there is a clearing here on the left. Let's have a look. You most probably find a lizard, especially in the early mornings of the day. What is more interesting for some of us are snakes, at least for me. This one is completely harmless. This is a blunt nose. Let me have a look. Blunt-headed vine snake, very long, very thin. You have to be lucky to see them. This one we found at night during a walk, and they're completely harmless. And they are very thin as well. I don't know. This is like half an inch wide at the most. In the head, the neck is really, really thin.
Oh, they're beautiful.
This is an eyelash viper. These ones are poisonous, venomous, I mean. So we have to be careful with these ones. Now, this is not a very sharp picture, but I show you this one as an example because we were having a general tour through in a national park, and then we found this snake. And everybody wants to take pictures. So the guide asked not to take a picture with a flash because you don't want 20 persons, one behind the other, to take pictures with flashes. So this was taken with my D70-100. I don't remember with which lens, maybe a 70-300. Very low light. But if it was now, I would have taken a much better picture because now we have flip screens and much better ISO capability. And I just want to show you, if you guys can see what I normally do when I take pictures. You see, imagine you have a walking stick. If you don't have a walking stick, somebody will have a walking stick in the group. That's for sure. And what I normally do, if you can see my camera with the flip screen, I normally hold the camera and a walking stick or any stick for stabilization. And then I look from above into the flip screen and then I take a picture.
Beautiful.
I've taken a lot of pictures recently like this, and you'll be surprised how low you can put your speed nowadays. So if this situation would happen now, the picture would have been a lot better. I generally let everybody with mobile phones take the pictures first, and then I have the time to, because they normally don't move. They'll stay in this position waiting for a prey to come for a long time. If you don't approach them, they'll just stay.
Beautiful.
Okay, is it moving? No,
They can be quite colorful, correct? You have these yellow ones.
They are. I don't know why I cannot move these anymore. I have to see. Oh, now I can.
So
Yeah, they can be very colorful. They can be from brown to green and yellow.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen them in those colors. Okay, now this is one of the most dangerous snakes you have in Costa Rica. In fact, it's the most dangerous. It's not the biggest, but it's very common, and they produce a lot of offsprings. So they're pretty much everywhere where it's warm in Costa Rica. Not in the high mountains. You can find them still pretty high at 3,000 feet. I've seen them. Much higher than that, I suppose not. But the lower you by the coast, they are everywhere. So we have to be careful. This is a species you have to. The reason why I normally walk and I always look to the ground, kind of 10 meters ahead of me, and then I look for birds or whatever, and then I look down again. It's because it's for this species. You don't want to step on one of them. They can be everywhere in good habitats. That they can be anywhere.
How they call it in Costa Rica?
This is a fer de lance in Costa Rica.
Yeah, I know, but what is their normal
It's a terciopelo.
terciopelo? Okay.
Terciopelo.
No es mapanari.
Okay. There is a bigger species. There is a bushmaster, which they call the matabui.
Okay.
But those are are very rare, and they live in pristine rainforest. I have never seen one of those, but those are quite big. They can get to, well, I have the book here. I don't want to lie, but I think they can get like to, what is it, 4 yards? That's how many feet? 12 feet?
12 feet.
I'll have a look. I'll have a look at the book later.
Yeah. So,
Anyway, big enough.
so Luis, it's worthwhile here for people because just to mention, okay? Because people freak out about snakes and particular venomous snake.
You just have to be careful.
But it's not something. I mean, it's nothing to be afraid. The snakes are not going to go after you.
No.
The biggest risk is because they're quite cryptic. Is that you step on them, correct?
Yeah, they're going to react to, if you do something to them, they will respond.
And Randall is the same, correct?
Yeah.
Like with a rattlesnake, right? A rattlesnake is going to run away. You don't need. One thing is, don't be silly. Don't try to mess up with it, correct? You see photograph. In Venezuela, they call the arm. When they get coil, like the rattlesnake, when they get coil, you need to back up, correct? But the biggest risk is stepping on it. So what Luis described, correct? You learn to, you're paying attention to the ground, correct? Because you can imagine with this camouflage in the leaf litter, they look like they're almost invisible, correct?
Well, this to me is a good reason why you wouldn't want to just go aimlessly walking through any of the forest areas. Never, you're going there for your first time. You just don't go walking through the woods on your own. You want to have a guide with you who's experienced and knows what to look for.
No, you can. Actually, Luis gave you the key. Those rubber boots in the old-fashioned time, you always wear some sort of high boots, okay? But that's rubber boot. These things are not that. They can be. That Bushmaster can be big, but these are typically something like this, correct?
That's correct. Although the book says they can grow up to 96 inches.
Yeah. But the ones that you encounter around the rivers, because you see they're hunting those amphibians. You see a lot of prey like lizards and
they're eating the frogs and they're eating the lizards.
Exactly. So, and the more frog activity you see, the more snake activity will be.
And the other thing that you don't do, correct? So if you're going to lay down on the ground, you watch where you let. You don't move rocks, correct? We learn in South America. If you're going to turn a rock, you turn it away from you, correct? So you go like, if there's a rock like this, you take it like that. You don't do this because something can jump at you. But there is nothing to be afraid. Those rubber boots, these guys cannot get through a rubber boot.
No, not at all. But that's the thing that, for instance, most Europeans are not used to snakes.
Exactly.
And that's and maybe in America you have rattlesnakes, but in Europe things are very kind of mild. So I've seen people just reach to the ground to grab something or through grass, and I never do it.
Exactly.
So you have to be careful with that, but you shouldn't be afraid.
Exactly.
once a guide said to me, if you go to that reserve, be careful because there are lots of fer-de-lance and bushmasters. So the first thing I did, I went there.
Exactly.
But I was walking very carefully. And if it's dry, for instance, if you go there in the dry season, you will see much less snakes.
Exactly.
And you are kind of more relaxed walking. If it's wet and you see a lot of frogs and even snails or whatever, then you know that all the other snakes are going to be active at the same time anyway. So you have to once you realize those things. And what I said, I think a couple of weeks ago, during the dry season, you have to be careful if you approach pools of water, or because you can have snakes just waiting for prey next to water,
Exactly.
like a water hole or whatever. So then you should be careful and not just sit next to the water, go like, oh, let's see it, or just approach something and take a picture. Look first, and then you can do whatever you want. So let's carry on. So we leave the reptiles. We go to this is a northern. Have a look. Northern ghost bat, widespread through the wet rainforest of Costa Rica. A lot of guides know where they are. They normally hang in. You see, like this is a palm tree. For some, I've seen them only hanging in palm trees, so I don't take that for me as a given. But they seem to like palm trees. This is a Central American, Middle American screech owl. So at night, so you can also practice before you go to Costa Rica to take pictures at night with a long lens and a flash, and with the flash as the only source of light. This is at night. This was 9 or 10 o'clock at night. We just with owls you can take pictures with the light from a flashlight, or the flashlight pointing to the side, and then using your flash as the main source of light. In this case, the flash was a main source of light. You can be lucky and see them. This one was this is the first and only time I saw this species.
Oh, beautiful.
What a lot of people want to see are toucans. This is the biggest, the yellow-throated toucan, widespread throughout the lowlands of Costa Rica and even up in the hills. What I forgot to mention, and I wanted to mention in the beginning, is that the northwest of Costa Rica is the exception to the rule that Costa Rica is kind of a tropical wet country. Northwest has 2 seasons, a wet season and a dry season. So this toucan does not live in the northwest because during, say, half of the year, he wouldn't find food.
Okay.
So later on, I'll show you pictures of animals that do live in the northwest. Show you a very strange looking bird, very small, stubtail. This one is a golden crown stubtail. Also difficult to find, but this is one that is more for birders. You don't need to know the call of the bird or the song, but you should react to everything that you hear. And sometimes you're lucky that you see it, and if you know what it is, then it's the old story. You can use your mobile to call him in. I'm normally careful with it. But if you know it's not a breeding season and you are alone, I don't have a problem with calling birds in. The guys in Costa Rica will do the same. But if it's the breeding season, no matter where I am in the world, I just leave them alone. And very often, and I mentioned that on this particular picture because I did attract this bird. But I think is the only one from what I'm going to show you that I attracted in. But it's a very difficult bird otherwise to photograph. And it's a very atypical type of looking bird. That's why I show it here.
Oh, beautiful.
Now you see a frog again. So this means for me that I'm moving area. So now forget the Pacific, let's say Southwest. And these are only species that you see in the Caribbean coast.
Okay.
So this next sequence of pictures of species, it's purely from the Caribbean coast. So this is a dart frog, a pumilio. No, it's a strawberry, or also called the blue jeans frog. You only see these ones in the Pacific. I'm sorry, in the Caribbean lowlands. Go further. It doesn't allow me. I have to find out another species of tree frog, only from the Caribbean. Okay. Now, another bat. This is a Honduran white bat. They actually bend leaves to sleep under them. They actually create their own tents where they can sleep.
Okay.
Uh,
And Luis, I understand that they go under this big leaf, not so much to protect against the light, but to
For the
have
rain.
like a rain cover. Correct?
yeah, for the rain. Yeah, indeed. And if you're lucky, you can find them on your own. But normally, if you go with a guide, they normally know where they are.
Beautiful.
They very often know. If sometimes I only found them once. That you look to a bent leaf, and the leaf it's kind of folded slightly more than all the other leaves, and then you look underneath and you find them. So this is something you can find there as well.
Basilisco.
There's a basilisk, emerald basilisk. I'll show you later another one, but this one is only from the Caribbean coast. Those are green. We go to the birds. Long-tailed tyrant, long-tailed tyrant, only from the Caribbean coast. They perch high, and they are very odd-looking birds for this.
Oh, beautiful.
And then you go to the tanagers. There are lots of different species of tanagers. This is a crimson collared. Lots of hummingbirds. Leave it up to you to what speed you want to take pictures of hummingbirds. It depends on what you want to see from the wings. I think up to 1,000th of a second, you still see some movement. I think this one is probably slightly faster, but they are difficult to photograph.
Yeah, and if you see that little flower called a verbena or
Correct,
verbena,
Yes.
then you can stay there, Jeffrey, because that thing is like a magnet for hummingbird.
It is, yeah. It pretty much attracts all the hummingbird species, and all the lodges, all the hotels, they have them in their gardens, and they attract a lot of different species. This one was taken at 1,600th of a second. That's why the wings are almost frozen.
Beautiful.
With the verbena, what is I normally try to guess to which flower they go next, and you normally have a lot of these verbena
Out of focus.
out of focus and or in front of the bird. Although you can expect them, very often these twigs are in front of the bird or so sharp that I don't like the background. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
These are kind of out of focus in the background there.
But you can always, you have a good flower, good exposure. You can almost wait for somebody to come and go to that flower. Correct?
Yes. And very often, if you pay attention to their behavior, because, for instance, a lot of them are territorial.
Yes.
There is one species which is a terror for all the photographers in Costa Rica, which is a red-tailed, the rufous-tailed hummingbirds. They are everywhere. They are territorial, and they scare all the other hummingbirds that you want to take pictures of. So that one is one you go like, oh, that's a nice hummingbird. You take a picture, and then you see it every day of the trip, and you don't want to see it anymore because it just terrorizes all the other hummingbirds out of the way.
Yeah, go back to that when they used to mention something here to our.
Sure.
This verbena, which that plant also grows here in North America, okay, and sometimes in the garden centers you can find it. Here in Colorado, I buy some of these. So some of my photos here in Colorado, I buy the verbena and are planted for the season. They are
Yeah,
very good, attractive.
they will not survive the winter, right?
They don't survive the winter.
Okay.
Further south, where Randall is, they do survive the winter. Eventually, they can be quite bushy. But I mentioned to Eva, because probably Eva also there in Louisiana, you may be able to find this plant.
Okay. Very good. Just another family of birds, ant birds.
Ah,
Ant birds, as the name says, this is a spotted ant bird, small one. I was 5 inches or so, no smaller even. They tend to follow army ants, and what they do, they don't eat the ants, but they eat the insects that the ants scare. When the army ants are on the move, if they are black, and you see a lot of them moving. When the army ants are hunting, then they are everywhere. They go like, you see many square meters or square yards of black ants. You have to well, first of all, you have to stay away from them. They move slowly in one direction, and they are hunting. And that's when these and a lot of other species of birds are waiting for, and they will try to pick all the insects that are trying to escape from the ants.
yeah. Remember, those ants are raiders, correct? They
Yes.
they themselves are looking for insects, but as
Yes.
they go through, they uh, they basically, a lot of insects run away, and then you can find all these, what do you call it,
Ant birds.
obligatory and obligatory.
Yeah, that I don't remember.
Yeah, but
There was a specific name.
so technical question here for the people here. So they, all those army or those raiders of ants, they are in the forest, in the darker part of the forest. So did you
Exactly.
use flash on this one or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to mention. If you're lucky, you find these. Well, how easy is it to find army ants? For instance, this last time I was in Costa Rica, I was there for 3 weeks. I didn't see a single swarm of army ants.
Exactly.
The year before, I saw 2, and on those 2 occasions, I took a lot of pictures, and I saw a few species only at that moment, because they follow the army ants, and sometimes they are lucky. You're lucky enough to, for instance, these spotted ant birds. They're not afraid of us. If the ants are there and they are hunting, they just they are very tolerant of your presence. There
Beautiful.
are other ant birds which are less tolerant of your presence, and then you have to keep more your distance. And there is even a ground cuckoo that is like one of the prizes that birders considering to photograph or even to see in Costa Rica.
Now, what focal length lens would you typically use? Are you getting close enough where you're just using a 70 to 200, or would you just say
Slightly
100
more.
to 400? You'd be good for most things, with a 1 to 4.
Well, yeah, I would say the 1 to 4 will do. I think I took this one with 200 to 500.
Yeah,
I have to be. I'll have. I'm going to have a quick look.
1 to 4, or the new 180 to 6, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So this one was taken at 400 millimeters.
Yeah.
Must have been with a 200 to 5, because I don't have a fixed 200 mil, 400 mil. So
Yeah.
it must have been that one, and it was taken at 125 of a second, but with flash. It was very dark. I see ISO was 3600.
Wow.
But you normally find these birds in the darkest part of the forest. Sometimes you're lucky that you find the swarm of ants crossing a path, and then you can even have sun, but that's that's not the norm, let's say. So I always carry a flash with me. I don't use it very often, but sometimes you almost have to. because these birds are, if they are hunting, is not sitting there for 3 or 4 seconds waiting for you to take a picture.
Exactly.
They are standing there, they are jumping off, they are coming in, and they are moving with the ends. So you don't have that much of a chance to go with I would say just use your flash as fill flash or main source of light, and don't exaggerate with the flash, and try to follow the birds the best you can, and sometimes you're lucky. Huh?
Beautiful.
So every time I pause, the mouse doesn't take it. See, now this is a Agami heron, also only present in the Caribbean coast, and just like the previous bird, this heron, you normally see it in the darkest areas next to a river. They are always hidden. They are always in between branches, roots, twigs, and it's that this one was free like this was because our guide at some stage started throwing little fish to this heron, and it came out of the roots to look for this fish. So also you think a heron, a piece of cake, sunlight, and you take a picture. I've only seen this heron in the darkest conditions. But it's also one of the species that a lot of people want to see. Now, this is a mothbot, a broad-billed mothbot, and I'll show you this picture just to show how difficult shooting can be in a canopy or in a dark forest. This was really dark, and then you have the sun passing through the leaves, and you see that the moth on the left is partly green because I have leaves in front of me, and this happens all the time. Of course, you can be lucky and have a moth like this one on the right, being free in a branch with perfect lighting or with dimmed light with a nice background. But the reality is that most of the time you're going to take pictures like this.
They look good to me.
Yeah, but there is a lot of. I had to process this picture a lot to get to this, to how it looks. But just to show you how it, and I have other pictures that I'll show you later as well.
That's the appendage or whatever hanging down from the tail is really strange.
Yeah, those. Yeah, there are, I think, 3 species with this kind of tail without, without those feathers.
Yeah.
Yes, you'll see that. I'm not sure if I have another picture of this, but there are 2 other species at least that I can think of with a tail like that. So we are still in the Caribbean side, by the way.
Oh,
this is a sun grebe. It's a kind of what? It's a kind of grebe. Well, like the name says. Also found in rivers, and typically you see this in the same root systems with low light. You're lucky if you find one on this. This is taken from a boat, so this is not normally the type of bird you'll find as you walk, because these birds dive. They look for insects, crustaceans, fish, and they're always on the side of rivers in between the vegetation. This one just jumped to this root next to the boat, and we were always like crazy trying to take pictures of the feet, because the guide said, look, the feet are very have a lot of spots, and you normally see this bird, and I have other pictures of it just sitting on the water like a normal duck would do. But this is also a sought after species, also in low light conditions normally. Putu, indeed. This is a greater putu. This is a type of, what is this? A nightjar, kind of. But they normally stand still, vertical, and if you look carefully, there is a youngster here.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can make it.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay. I got my cell phone out. I said, where? Now I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't make nests. They just lay an egg in a kind of opening in a tree trunk. They incubate the eggs in this pose, and they spend the whole day just standing like this, hardly moving. We spend some maybe 15 minutes close to these birds, and you do see some movement because they do move a little bit, but I mean really, really slowly, and they will not. They just move their heads slightly to the left, slightly to the right. They will not open their eyes. At least I've never seen one that opens the eyes during daytime. But these birds are big. First time you think, oh, they're really small. I'll try to look for the size here in the book. Or maybe, Gustavo, can you maybe do that for me? You have the book there with you.
Yeah.
No, they're even bigger than that.
Okay.
This species is a lot bigger. But
So is it just one parent with the bird while the
Yeah.
other one goes hunting, and then when it comes feeds it, then
they
this
only
one
eat during
takes off?
nighttime. They only eat during nighttime. So during the day, the chick will not be fed. And it was really, really warm. I mean, it was like 36, almost 100 degrees. It was at least 90. And they stayed there in the sun all day without moving. But this is
But,
the
they
biggest.
stay real hot with the
Yeah,
feathers that they have, so they're pretty well insulated.
yeah, they must be. You normally don't find these without a guide because they normally know in which tree they sleep or which group of trees they might sleep. And sometimes they say, well, there is normally one that sleeps here, and they don't find it because they don't necessarily sleep every single day in the same branch, but they're quite predictable, let's say.
Okay.
Well, this last trip, we were going with a guide from one tree to the other, trying to find a putu, and I actually found it myself in a different tree.
So
Much
that's a
bigger.
great putu.
Great putu, yes.
Yes. 20 inches, guys.
Wow.
It's a big one, yeah.
50 centimeters.
Yes.
51 centimeters.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than you would expect.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, in South America, surely there are other species.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to highlight just with less pictures, but you see this area here, the Caribbean slope. Why do I highlight this? This slope gets a lot of rain throughout the year. The trading winds coming from the Caribbean, full of warmth and humidity, hit the mountain and the hills in Costa Rica and leave a lot of water. And because it's wet throughout the year, especially here in the south, from let's say here onwards, the slope. Well, there are a few volcanoes here in the north, and what you find here in this Caribbean slope are a lot of animals that only live there in Costa Rica. There are a few species of birds, and this area is very rich in amphibians as well.
Now, area where you'd find, where would the sloths be?
Oh, the sloths would be everywhere in the lowlands.
Okay.
Even in the drier areas, you would have sloths.
Okay.
But they would be more concentrated in. Well, that's not true. What I'm going to say, they're not necessarily. They don't need that much. They need food. They eat leaves, and if the trees are there, they will stay there.
The good thing is that they prefer a tree, which in Venezuela is called yagrumo,
Mm-hmm.
which is, so you find that tree, then you find them.
Yeah, and that tree very often grows along the coast as well.
Exactly.
And have broad, round leaves.
Exactly.
But I'll show you a few pictures. I have two pictures of the two species of sloths. But the sloths you will find in this area, you can find them up to a certain altitude. I don't know. You find them pretty high, but not at the highest areas of I don't have my Mabel's book with me, but I can pick it up later. But they are more widespread than you probably think, Jeff. So from this slope, you have a few. Oh yeah, what is typical of that slope is mist. This is a cafe that I go very often, and this is like at 6 o'clock, just after 6 in the morning. It opens at 6. It's a cafe restaurant. I very often go there for breakfast. So it's not an hotel. It's not a bed and breakfast. You cannot sleep there, but it's great to plan your trip and to spend there a few hours, because here at the back you see this is where they place some food for fruit for the birds. But I was there so early. You see, it's misty and there are no birds. And I show this picture to highlight the fact that very often you are taking pictures in the middle of the mist. And I know Jeff talked about it a few weeks ago about waiting for the mist to clear, but sometimes it doesn't clear at all in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
I prefer to have a bit of rain than mist. If at
Oh,
least,
that famous book, right? Gorillas in the Mist, remember?
yeah, indeed, yeah. But anyway, after they placed some food and the light got better, I actually took a few pictures from on this occasion. But this morning was so misty that I don't think I kept any of the pictures that I took on this occasion. I did take a few pictures from 1 or 2 species that I hadn't seen a lot, and then I keep those as not as raw files but as a JPEG, because I shoot raw and JPEG, because I have files on every single species that I've seen, and I don't need to process everything that I take a picture of. So I always keep the JPEGs on my species file, and I process the pictures that I think are worthy of. And this is also a typical landscape if you go off the beaten track in this slope with slightly better weather. You have a lot of altitude differences. You see a bridge here. This is in an area which is an eBird hotspot, Virgen del Socorro. And I'll show you this picture just to show that you can just pull off the main road and wander. Here you might need a 4x4, not on this road, but this road I know. So this one I know you can go down to the bridge and then go up a little bit, and you don't need a 4x4. But if you're not sure, just see how far you can get. Park the car and go for a walk. You will always see something. For instance, this little hummingbird is a black-bellied hummingbird. You only find this hummingbird on the Caribbean slope. Not at lowland, not at low altitudes. I think they only live kind of above 2,000 feet, quote unquote. Yeah, it's in the book. But you need to be on the Caribbean slope to see this species. It goes to a certain altitude, but if you are in the Caribbean lowlands, you will not see this species. You have to go high, be on the Caribbean side, and you see this is also a verbena bush. But you are here. This is an hotel, the grounds of an hotel. You must be here at about 3,000 feet. Another hummingbird you only find again only on the Caribbean slope. It's a black-crested coquette. It's also one of these hummingbirds that a lot of people want to see.
Yeah, that's an unusual looking one.
I know it looks like. Now, is that color on the feathers or is it a little outward? It's kind of like.
Yeah, it's really on the feathers.
That's a tip on the feather.
Yeah, but you know, he's kind of blowing himself out. If he would breathe in, you would not see any white.
Oh, okay.
When he's flying, you don't see any white. I think it's kind of, no, yeah. When he's flying, you only see the brown feathers. This is a male. The female doesn't have those. It doesn't have this kind of. It's not a gorget. Well, it can be. It looks more like a normal hummingbird, let's say.
Looks
So-
like Phyllis Diller.
I'm sorry.
It looks like Phyllis Diller.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they perch. What is funny about these species, I mentioned the rufous-tailed hummingbird that terrorizes all the other hummingbirds. No, this one, he lives alone. It doesn't mess with these species. And it's not because this species is a lot bigger, but for some reason, he attacks all the other species, and then this coquette comes, and nothing. It doesn't. For some reason, they don't attack these coquettes. So if you're lucky to see one perched, then and it's a male, just wait and don't get too close, and sometimes you get a nice display like this. Now, this is also typical of the Caribbean slope. Lots of branches, lots of twigs, and I'll show you this picture because of it. This is the most difficult toucan to see in Costa Rica. It's typically the one that you see as last species. They have toucanettes, they have aracaris, they have bigger toucans, and this is normally the one you see as last because it's the most difficult one to find. Only on the Caribbean slope, between say 6,000 and 3,000 feet, plus minus, and you normally see him up in the trees, just like this. This is a male. It's the only toucan which there is a difference between the male and the female. In the book, you can see what the difference is, but you would recognize the female or the male. At least you would know it's not any of the other. But this is typically the way you see these species. And I'm going to say something that nobody knows. I actually cloned out 2 branches out of the beak. Don't tell it to anyone.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks.
What'd you say? I didn't hear anything.
No, just forget it.
Yeah.
Another family of birds. This is the last type of species of birds you have from the book. These are euphonias, very small. They live throughout Costa Rica, many different species. This is the one that you only find on the Caribbean slope. Once again, I'll show you this picture also with a purpose. I used flash on this one, and it's the only kind of acceptable picture I have from this species.
Wow.
Just to show dark conditions, they move a lot, and that this one was posing like this, and I had a flash. Okay, it had to be like that. I would not have taken this picture without a flash.
And they don't have lodges on that area that
They
these
do.
guys come?
These ones don't come to feeders.
Oh, okay. Because I know the Euphonia eat fruits, correct? So
Indeed. Don't quote me on this one, but I've never seen this one on feeders.
okay, but they're beautiful.
Yeah, they are beautiful. But I only show this one for that purpose. Dark forest without a flash, I wouldn't have taken this picture.
Yeah.
And you have to be lucky, but it's very range specific. So you have to be there and be lucky. So now I'm showing the map again, and here now I'm moving to the southwest of Costa Rica. I already showed in the beginning some species that live in the north and in the south, but there are a few species that you can only find here. And just let's go. So this is a frog calling in a pond. This, it's for the people that like frogs. But anyway, these species you only find in this in the southwest of Costa Rica. A salamander. They are more widespread through Costa Rica. I've only seen one salamander ever, and it was this one. But they live in the mountains. They live in the Caribbean slope as well. But I suppose you have to be lucky. I've never seen one, and this is the only one. And this particular species only lives in the southwest. This is an knoll on top of my shoes. And I'll show you this picture because if you leave your shoes outside before you put your shoes on, always look inside your shoes.
Yeah, scorpions.
You can get scorpions, you can get even, well, you could have snakes, it doesn't matter. Always look inside of your shoes, put them upside down, give a good hit, and put them on only afterwards. This particular annul was all the time outside of our little house, always very often on top of our shoes. And in Costa Rica they call these annuls chameleons because they pretend not to be there. I took this picture with my mobile phone. And I was very close. He wasn't. He was pretending not to be there, but I saw him. So this is a squirrel monkey. This particular one, you will only see in the southwest of Costa Rica. The further south you go, the more of them you'll see. If you go to Manuel Antonio, and I'll show you on a map later, there is an isolated population there. They are not very common, but if you go to that peninsula, the Corcovado Peninsula in the south, they are very common, luckily.
Oh.
Another coquette. This one is a white crested coquette. You only have this one in the southwest of Costa Rica, again on a verbena plant. This is a male. They are quite slow for hummingbirds, so this one was not very difficult to photograph. And this was the only one I've seen ever of this species. I've been trying to see these species and take other pictures, maybe better ones, but so far I've only seen them once. This is then another species from the southwest. Another hummingbird perched again in a verbena. Also, this one only lives in the southwest as well. Snow-bellied hummingbird. Aracari, fiery billed, only in the southwest. There is a very similar one that lives in the Caribbean side, but this is the one from the south.
Beautiful.
A saltator. It's a strict saltator, only in the southwest of Costa Rica, going through Panama and I think to Colombia. This is a cotinga. This species only lives in Costa Rica and Panama, and in Costa Rica, only on the coast. They like mangroves, and they always perch high. I've seen this species only once. They're also one of because they're so difficult to see, there's also one of cotingas are also a family of birds that everybody wants, or a birder wants to see. There were two of them. And it's also a species that you can almost only see, this species you only see in the southwest.
Mannequin.
That's a mannequin, orange-throated, orange-colored mannequin. Also a southwestern speciality. There are other mannequins spread throughout Costa Rica. Not in the northwest. Mannequins are more of tropical wet rainforests. Normally also again in dark conditions under the canopy and high ISO. That's what you normally need for these mannequins.
So go back to the mannequin, because I think just to mention something here for people to, because the mannequin family is fantastic, right? Because all of them they have a leg, correct? They have a place for where the males display. So if you happen to find a leg, they have very complex dances. Right? I actually, when Luis put one of his mannequins in the Instagram, I said, "Did you took some film? Did you find a leg? Because this is a great subject for videography."
Yes, that's true.
And they are all beautiful. There are so many varieties of these mannequins. Well, not that many, but I don't know how many species. There may be 5 or 6 species of mannequins in Costa Rica. I can check, but
in Costa Rica, I will check because I was going to say 7, but it's something like that.
Exactly. So this is highly desirable, not only because of their color, but their behavior. Okay.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
sorry,
This one is a
please.
male. This one is a male, and is actually in a lek. But this species does not display that much. They just stay there. They call and wait for the females to arrive. In the Caribbean coast, this last time I actually saw the display of the white collared, and that's really spectacular. They jump from left to right,
Exactly.
and I actually have a very good picture of one, but I haven't processed yet. I'm in the picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 species. 9. Well, one is not a mannequin. 8 species.
Exactly. The good thing is that because they have a display area, they are going to be uninstructed, so that the females who stay in the around can see them. So they are good subject for photography, but particularly for videography. You have a chance. That's a good thing to put your tripod way there and see the display.
Yeah, that is true. We move to the mountains, and I'll try to be quicker. So I'll show you a few examples of what you can find in the mountains from the lower altitudes, and then I end up at the highest altitudes of what you can expect. This is for Jeff.
No. Not gonna happen, baby. No way.
It's, they are good. They are.
He
Well,
don't
they are
he likes sitting on the high places.
indeed. For some reason, I haven't taken almost any picture of any animal from one of these bridges. It's for some reason people like them, and maybe to get from A to B.
Exactly.
But I haven't so far. I wasn't able to take any pictures of any. There is one mot that I'm missing from the north of Costa Rica, and everybody says, yeah, between the second and the third, at the end of the second bridge, they are there almost all the time.
Die, man. You're not looking for birds. You're trying not to die. Going across that bridge, man.
Okay, we move forward then.
Somber.
So this is this is a sun bittern, and it's a type of what is it? A rail / egret.
Yes.
It's a rail, huh? Yeah, it's a rail.
Wow.
And this is a pose that you should take a picture of, in theory, because it's when you see what they have in their wings.
Yeah.
They hop, they walk. You see, it's a river that they live alongside strong moving rivers. So you normally only find these species high up the mountains. Well, not extremely high. They need, let's say, rivers with currents. That's what they like, and with rocks. And they will walk, and they will hop from rock to rock. And if you're lucky, you kind of expect him or her to fly, and then you should take a picture as it lands, because that's when you can take this type of picture. Normally, you should not take a picture of a bird from above, looking from above, but for this species, it pays off if you are higher than the bird, because when it lands and you kind of anticipate that it's going to land there, with a bit of luck, you can take a picture like this. So
It almost looks like a Chicago Blackhawks avatar. You know, I had to look at it. Is that an Indian? You know, with the headdress and.
Oh, is that what you mean? I have to have a look myself.
Yeah.
So this is typically you normally only see these species in the in mountain rivers.
Mm.
Oh, that's a beak for you. Wow.
Yeah, no, this is a hummingbird. I've seen this species only a few times. Also a species from the lower parts of the mountains, and this picture I took with an ISO of, I don't know, 25,000, whatever. He was perched, but typically they also you either see them looking for nectar in an heliconia plant, and they stick their bill inside of the flower, and they are moving around. They are very difficult to photograph. Or and if you're lucky, you see them perched, and it's normally not in the sun again, so it's always in the shade. So again, very high ISO, and you have to be a bit lucky to see these like this. This is a brown violet here, another hummingbird that you only find in the mountains. Another one from the mountains. This is a lot more common than the previous two. This one you'll see in feeders all the time. Very territorial, and also chasing out other hummingbirds that you might want to photograph. This is the male. The female is gray greenish, but with the same shape. This is emerald toucanet, also known by some as a blue-throated toucanet. Also a species from the hills. You will not see this in the lowlands. This species you can find pretty high, up to close to 10,000 feet.
Looks like a parrot with a toucan's beak.
Yes, yeah, it's a toucan, but it's a much smaller toucan.
Yeah.
This is in a feeder. Actually, this is the feeder that I showed you earlier on with no birds when with mist.
Okay.
You missed. Okay. Yep.
So this isn't that feeder. I've only seen this species in feeders. I've never seen this species in the wild, so to speak. They are very easily attracted, but they are not common. They are not common, even where they normally are seen. Let's say even if they go to a feeder, you can sometimes be there for 2 or 3 hours and not see, and they are not there.
Beautiful.
This is a pigeon. I know you guys like pigeons, because if you don't know the species, it's always a pigeon of some kind. This is a quail. This is a quail pigeon, buff-throated or buff-fronted quail pigeon. Typically, is a rather stocky pigeon. Almost never flies and lives in the forest at high altitude or medium altitude. Again, another species that you will almost only photograph with very high ISOs and walking through the forest. This one actually was close to a feeder, looking for things that might have fell from above. But this is also one of the species that if you are at high altitude, close to a feeder, you look around to the ground. Don't keep on looking. Don't look only to the fruit. Also look to the ground, and sometimes you might be lucky and see one of these. Not very common to see, but this one was also close to a feeder. But I think in all the times I was there, I only saw this species 3 times.
Yeah, you could see a few pieces of the seeds.
Yes.
In the background.
and that's why this particular one left the undergrowth. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to take a picture of.
Yeah.
This is a tropical parula. You have the North American parula, which is migratory, and this is a tropical parula. It's lives only in the high mountains of Costa Rica, not high in the sense of, let's say, tree line. It's a parula, so it needs trees, needs insects, but you only find these at rather high altitudes, maybe 4,000 feet and higher. Very small bird, warbler, difficult to photograph. I think this is one of the best pictures I have of them. Another tanager, speckled tanager. Only see these at altitude. Good thing is they like feeders. This one is not close to a feeder, but they fly around in groups, also mixed groups. So you can see these in the mountains. With a bit of luck, if you are in a feeder, you'll see. This is one of the species you can expect.
That's a good thing about the feeder, correct, Luis? That sometimes there is a pecking order. So sometimes these guys arrive and they have to wait for some group to go away before they will. So they are around the feeder.
Yes. Yes.
So are these species, in general, do the species, each individual species tend to just stay with their own kind, or are there circumstances where there may be two or more species that like to hang around together?
Well, that's a good question. Well, these species you can see either with our own kind or in mixed groups.
Okay.
You actually see. Yep. Hang on. I had to. Let me just correct this. I don't know why this popped up. Are you guys still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I don't see. Hang on. I don't know what happened here.
Now we see you.
Uh,
So no, you have to reshare again.
I think so. I don't know what happened. I had to oh no, that works. I have to reshare.
Yes.
Reshare. Yep.
Yeah, something happened. Let me open. And now do I do? Oh yeah, it's the same process again.
Okay, there we go.
Beautiful.
Yeah. When you are at the feeder.
Can you zoom in a little bit so that people can appreciate? I mean,
There we go. Very good. Yeah.
That's a beautiful bird.
Beautiful.
look at that, guys.
You remember what you shot this with? What lens, camera?
Yeah, it was with the D750. That I know.
200, 500?
I think it was even with a Tamron back in the day.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Give me a second. 2022. No. This was with the 200 to 500.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is still a good lens. I still have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But about the mixed groups, these you can have mixed groups. If you are in a forest, you can walk in Costa Rica for, let's say, half an hour, 45 minutes, and don't see or hear a single bird, and then all of a sudden they are everywhere.
Exactly.
And even like wood creepers can join mixed groups. You have all kinds of species of birds flying together. And this is one of those that you normally see coming and going. But if you're lucky, and there is a tree with fruits, I would say just hang around and wait, because if you see some birds in a tree and the tree has little fruits, I would just stay there, because all kinds of species will come by. Even mammals may show up. And this one likes to eat fruits. All tangaras like to eat fruits. That's why they go to feeders. Now, guess what they are taking pictures of on this one?
Monkeys.
No, it's not. It's a bird, in fact, high in the mountains.
Okay.
There's plenty of quetzal.
It's a quetzal. Yeah, this is. That's why that's me taking a picture of them.
That's what everybody wants to see.
Yes, and you see here in front of everybody. That's my friend. One of my Dutch friends is there. So this is normally what you see on this road that I mentioned before in San Gerardo de Dota. So the cars will actually drive through here, but they are used to see people driving, and you see there are cars parked there. So sometimes it's difficult to get through. But there happened to be a quetzal somewhere up here, so that's why everybody was there.
Wow.
This is slightly more ahead. So this is the landscape that you have in the valley, a road with some fields, and then with the forest.
Yeah, those roses don't look bad at all.
Yeah, it's quite cool here during the morning. The altitude here is about 2,500 meters. Help me out, Gustavo. That's what.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
Like
goes
us.
to Mexico. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a typical landscape that you have from there, and this is what they were looking for.
Oh my goodness.
So zooming a little bit
this
so
is-
that people can appreciate.
Yeah. Wow.
So this is a male quetzal. It was actually raining when I took this
Show the
picture.
feathers on the tail feathers.
I don't have the end of the quetzals are very tough to photograph because the tails are
Yeah.
so big that if you
Wow.
want to have the entire tail, the animal, the bird is so small in the picture
Exactly.
that is kind of a compromise. So I decided, well, I go for a kind of something in between. And you see these little things here; those are the avocados that they eat.
Oh, okay.
So what they, if this fruit or not this fruit, this tree has mature fruits. So these quetzal, and there was a female underneath that you don't see in the picture. And then they will just stay there. They eat 3 or 4 of these avocados, and then they just do nothing for about 20 minutes, half an hour. They just stay there. And then they'll start eating again.
Oh, wow.
I have a picture of a female.
It's kind of like humans every 20 minutes.
So this is a female quetzal. You see the tail is much
Wow.
shorter.
Yeah, much shorter and
Much shorter.
Raining.
It's raining. These two pictures are from 2 different occasions, but it was raining on both occasions.
Wow.
But you can take good pictures with rain.
Yeah.
I don't mind rain, but you have to protect your gear. And the plastic, the protections that you showed the other day, Gustavo, they're very good.
Yes.
They are very good, and you will. This was in November. You will need that.
It's,
Not every day, but you will need it. But my next picture is also interesting because you see what they like to eat.
Oh my goodness.
So this is what
Did
they
he
eat.
swallow the whole thing, or did he try to chop it up?
No, he actually. I thought he was going to regurgitate the entire avocado, but he was probably not laying well in his belly, so he didn't regurgitate it. He just brought it to his mouth, turned it around a few times, and then swallowed it again.
They are these big. They are not that big like the avocado that we eat here. So
those are small avocados.
Yeah,
But
they are.
but these guys are big anyway.
Yeah, but look to the size of the bird and the avocado. It's quite impressive.
Yeah.
And there is not that much meat in these avocados, so they have to eat a lot to keep going. But you see also the feathers. It's kind of a triangle-shaped head of the male. It's quite.
It looks like he's wearing a cape.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's
So-
dressed to impress, as they say.
Dressed to impress.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, it's beautiful. I like that.
So this is kind of a normal flycatcher. This is a black-capped flycatcher. And these species, like the quetzal, you'll find these much higher in the mountains than the species before. So in fact, when I showed the pictures of the valley, all of these species you can only find really maybe something like 6,000 feet plus. So this is one of the typical flycatchers from that altitude.
Oh, wow.
So this is a lesser violet here. Also a high mountain colibri, hummingbird, I mean, sorry.
Mm.
And this was taken, and this is a setup. This is not for real, let's say. This is in a lodge, and they put these flowers for photographers. This was not done specifically for me, but I like to go by this. It's a lodge / restaurant, so I go by and I drink something or I eat something, and then at the back they have this outlook, and they have a few feeders, and it's good for these high altitude hummingbirds.
So Luis, is this with a print background, or this is just with a regular background, but in a
The background is really far.
Okay.
No, there is no. No, I understand now what you mean. No, this is the normal background, but quite far from the bird.
Okay, beautiful. I don't mind.
I try to shoot towards equal or even backgrounds, or with some color in the background. In this case, was quite far, so it's completely blurred.
Beautiful.
This is another species of hummingbird. This is a fiery-throated hummingbird. I actually have better pictures, but I don't want to show them here. Otherwise, I have nothing to send to the photo review. So I'm showing.
Because I mean, that we give away cars now at the photo review, right?
That's it. I heard that before. So, so I'm showing all my second best here. Anyway, a typical species only from the altitudes, from high altitudes. This is a silky flycatcher.
Oh.
Family of the that bird called in the United States? Pyrrholaxia.
Okay.
This is from the same family. Also high altitude. Let's say flycatcher. They eat a lot of fruit as well. These birds
almost look like a tanager.
It does, yeah. I mean, it's called silky flycatcher, but for me, it's not a flycatcher. It's they had to call it something, but it's not a typical flycatcher. They eat fruit. I'm not sure if they eat insects. They probably do, but they like fruit a lot.
Wow, beautiful.
This is a yellow and black, or black and yellow. I don't remember. This is the other silky flycatcher you find in Costa Rica. That's the long-tailed.
Wow.
Also, like a lot of fruits, and again, typical from the high altitude. Landscape. Now we go even higher, and this is Cerro Buena Vista. You can walk there, and this is where a lot of the birding tours also stop to look for a few particular species that you can only find at that altitude. We are here higher than 10,000 feet. Mm-hmm. It's 3,400 meters that I know. And it's, you see my two friends walking there. It was quite steep. We had to stop a few times to catch our breath. And what you find there are also lizards. This is a spiny lizard, or spiny iguana, is it called? It's the green spiny lizard. But they live at those altitudes. They like the cold. Mind you that at this altitude, the mornings are, it's just above freezing, really. Yeah. I've been there once a few years ago with rain, and it was only like, I don't remember, it was 3 or 4 degrees.
Wow.
With rain. It was not pleasant. And this is what people go and look for. This is the timberline wren. If you look at the distribution map in Costa Rica, it's just a stripe above 10,000 feet. That's where you find this bird. And there are a few others, but otherwise we would be here all night. But that's one of the species, one of the 2 or 3 that people try to find there. Now we move to the northwest. That's the area that with a clear dry season. And that's where the highest temperatures in Costa Rica are always reached. Again, you have lizards everywhere. So this is the Depes. This one I have to check. It's a Depes race runner. Rather colorful small lizard. in the litter. So if you look around or if you hear something moving, could be that one. Let's see. And Gustavo, what is this?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Another photo.
Another putu, yeah.
So which one is this one? The common one or
This is a northern.
and the northern?
This is a northern. We are in the northwest, so this is a northern putu. But here you see that the beak and here the eye is kind of open.
Exactly. Wow.
But we were really far. This is a huge crop. We were really, really far from this bird.
Beautiful.
But it looks
Very well camouflaged.
very well camouflaged. Yeah.
They count on it.
Yeah. And it looks like the bird is free from vegetation, but I had to take 200 pictures to get one where the leaves were not blowing in front of it.
Oh wow.
You see, he's quite far from. You see a branch here, and this is like an opening in the through the trees. We are almost at the same, let's say, almost at eye level. But because it's so far, it looks like it's eye level. But I'm looking slightly up. But it's and this was with the guide from the national park. He knew that he was there. I would not have seen this one.
So you had like the 200 to 500 with the teleconverter on, or
This was still with the 200 to 500. Yeah, I hadn't bought the 500 PF yet. There was I had no teleconverter.
oh wow.
It's pretty decent, but you have to be lucky sometimes. There we go. Another one. Typical from the Northwest. This is a ferruginous pygmy owl. I don't think this species reaches the United States, but in the United States you have a few others that look a bit like this one. Parrots.
There you go.
Parakeets. These are the orange-fronted, and you see a lot of white here. I don't particularly like those whites, but in the Northwest, the trees are not as dense, or the leaves are not as close as in the Caribbean side. So we have a lot of open gaps. So getting backgrounds here, which are equally close, let's say, without the whites, it's a lot more difficult in the Northwest, because these parrots or parakeets tend to perch really high, and the trees are kind of open, so it's difficult to have a balance between the highlights and the subject. But you have parakeets, you have different species of parakeets throughout Costa Rica. This is a thick knee ground bird from the Northwest. Open spaces, if you are driving and you see an open field, have a good look. Sometimes even while you're driving, you see these. Oh, hang on. No, I can move. This is a ground cuckoo. This is a lesser ground cuckoo. Very difficult bird to see, is always hidden. But this one decided to cross the path in front of me. And he crossed it. Well, I didn't have a lens with me. I actually was eating, I think. Yeah, and I had the camera next to me, and then I saw this bird crossing, and then you think he's crossing really fast. No, he was crossing really slowly, like a chameleon, going like 1 foot, and then another one. Took him forever to cross, which was fine because I had time to get the camera and from some distance at least take this shot.
Wow.
Therefore, you got the perfect one-liner there. How long did it take the cuckoo to cross the road, right?
Well, this is not like the road runners. No, it was extremely slow. He was like trying not to be seen, but really crossing really slowly. It was quite funny to see. I didn't know they moved that way. maybe because it was in the open.
You think he was hunting, for prey, and he was just moving slowly, or?
I'm not sure, because there was another cuckoo calling in the bushes to the left.
Oh,
I'll get rid of this. There we go. So I don't know if he was going to get to the other cuckoo, because I actually sat down because I could hear the other cuckoo calling. I heard the bird calling. I didn't know what it was, but I guessed it would be that one. So I went through my Merlin app, and I realized it was indeed that cuckoo. So I decided to wait and see what happened, and then this one crossed. If you go often enough and you are often enough in the field, you can be lucky a few times. So this is another mannequin, but this is one of those that Gustavo mentioned that do have a display dance. This is a long-tailed mannequin, typical of the Northwest, dry forest. And the males are always in groups of two. There is a dominant male and a younger male, and they dance together to attract a female.
One is in training.
One is in training, yeah. But only the dominant male mates with the female.
So they have this choreography together, but only the dominant male mate. And when this male dies, the next one then takes over the leg.
oh
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Complicated.
Yeah, so you got to wait your turn.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
But they're beautiful. I love those.
Yeah.
Wow. So zooming a little bit. Let's see. This is a bird that definitely I would like to see. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
See, but here the background was actually kind of okay here. So that's
Exactly.
sometimes if you just move a little bit, you can be lucky and get a nice background. A parrot. This is actually a burned tree, and he was inspecting a hole that was here. This is a yellow-naped parrot, and this species lives from Mexico down to Costa Rica in the drier areas. It's still rather common in Costa Rica, but it's quite rare in the rest of the range because they are caught as cage birds. Many parrots are anyway. Another mot, and this one has also this tail.
That's cool. I like that tail. That's really neat.
And Jeff, the other thing, and we can tell you see that tail with that feather?
Yeah.
They also move it like sometimes they perch in a branch like this.
Like a clock's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. They can move it. They can move it like a clock. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's quite funny.
Now, is that for attracting insects or something, or is that to?
I really have no idea why, or it's just showing off to other mots. Can be
exactly because they defend a territory. They have like fly catchers. They have a perch that they prefer.
Beautiful color on that bird. A lot of different colors.
Hey, Luis, this is not a second-class photo. This is worthy of a book.
Thanks.
Zooming a little bit.
He's being rather
humble.
Yes, very humble. Yes.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, I love that. I don't know what color that. Like
this is a turquoise.
That bluish tinge. I love that color.
Yeah, the name of the species is turquoise browed.
Turquoise. Okay.
Turquoise browed. It's
go down so that people can see.
Oh, that's nice.
It's amazing how you don't see any feathers. It stops, and then you see kind of like two of the bones, and then the feathers at the end. Look at that.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's a neat look.
Wow.
Yeah, Jeff, just remember, these are Lewis's second right photos.
Yeah. Maybe not all of them. Good. We're almost there. Now I'm just going to show you a few species that you only see in the Pacific, regardless of being the wet or the drier area in the north or in the south. Again, just to emphasize that you should visit both coasts and go to different altitudes. And then I'll show you, let's say, species that you can see throughout the country, no matter where you go. And then that's it. This is another tree frog. There's one I don't remember the name. I'll get it for you. It's the small-headed tree frog. This is from a mountain in the Pacific side, in the north. Another basilisk. On the Pacific, they are brown. In the Caribbean, they are green.
I like that. I like that head, man. That head, that crest there is great. I like that.
Yeah. The young basilisks, when they can run on top of water because of
wow. Okay.
they are very fast moving, and you see them just moving on top of the water, going from one place to the other. As they grow older and heavier, they cannot do it anymore. This is a lesser nighthawk. Yeah, this is a lesser nighthawk. You only see these species in the Pacific coast. They like mangroves and other like mango trees. They like to spend the day. You see them a lot flying
At night.
At night, yeah,
Yeah.
or just before
Before
night falls. Yeah, you see them. You can easily see them at that moment. And from time to time, you might see one bird. Seen a few times, but it's not very common to see them. A typical Pacific species, although it's expanding more to the Caribbean side already, it's the scarlet macaw. On the Caribbean coast, you have the greater green macaw. That one you only see in the Pacific side. I don't have that many good pictures. That's why I don't show it here. But this is the one you'll definitely see in the on the Pacific coast. But this one you only see in the south. In the northwest is way too dry. They don't find, let's say, enough fruits, I suppose, during a part of the year.
So I heard that the Osa Peninsula is good for these guys.
Yeah, up to halfway through. Let me just go back. Up till about here.
Okay.
If you go to the beaches around here, around Jaco, Tarcoles, or here,
Okay.
You see those almond trees at the coast.
Okay.
Where are the scarlet macaws will eat almonds? So you can be at the beach and you count like 13 in a tree.
Wow.
But up until from the south, definitely they are very common here in the south, and they are getting more and more common in the north. They live more or less until here, and they are expanding in this direction to the Caribbean coast. I've seen them here already.
They live about what, 80 years, if I'm correct, in Macau?
Could be. I think so. I think you're right. But they are very social birds. They're always in groups of at least two. Yeah, they are always as a couple, or you see a couple and a youngster. But they can be in big groups, and they are in big groups, but they are also like a couple by couple.
I remember early on we were talking about the clips, right? That you can see. If you can see this guy, and we can tell you flying from one tree to another, that's an spectacle of nature.
That is true. They are really, really big. Yeah. This is another motmot, and this motmot you will only see in the Pacific and up to San Jose. If you are in a hotel close to the airport, you might see this one in one of the gardens. And I think this one also have those tail, that's the same type of tail with the feathers. So you see a map of Costa Rica. So now we're almost at the end of the presentation. So we have 50.
I got one question.
Yeah,
You
go ahead.
talked about birds, you talked about snakes, reptiles and stuff. Did you see any leopards, jaguars?
Well, they're coming now.
Okay.
They're coming now. But
I want to show you the pictures of the critters being eaten by him yet till the end.
indeed. But yeah, to answer your question, the answer is no. I haven't seen any pumas or jaguars.
Oh, wow. Leopards?
But I have talked to people, fellow tourists that have seen pumas. Jaguars, no. Jaguars are renownedly difficult to see. But I spoke to it was a Dutch Swiss couple, and the man saw in 2 different places pumas in 1 week.
Oh, my goodness.
And one of the pumas, his wife saw in a group that was with them here in the south in Corcovado. They saw a puma there, and we were in the valley of the Quetzales at 10,000 feet, and he saw one puma there walking alone, and he got scared there.
Yeah.
But what are the odds of one person seeing 2 pumas in one trip in Costa Rica? Are close to 0. No, I haven't seen.
Was it during the daytime or nighttime?
Daytime.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Daytime. So these are a few species that you can see throughout Costa Rica. I'll show you this one because it's a translucid butterfly. And these are not uncommon at all, but it's sometimes difficult to get a good picture of them. They reflect a lot. If the sun is hitting the butterfly, the pictures normally don't turn out very good because you see the reflection. And this is a blushing phantom. It's the name of the species. This is, I don't know what species of...
The monarch.
Monarch.
Yeah, I don't know if it's your monarch or is a tropical monarch. But,
Yeah.
But you do see monarchs in Costa Rica. This is one you see a lot. It's a small postman butterfly.
Wow.
They are really beautiful. But this is also typically a species you can see everywhere in the country. Another species that you can see in many places, especially more in the rainforest, but you'll see many of these on the roadside. It's sometimes amazing how many species of butterflies you see just by parking your car and just walking along the road. You see these. At night, you very often see these species of green grasshopper with a very long. I think must be a female because this is used to insert the eggs in the soil.
Oh, wow.
Most species, and this one has a kind of a horn here. I don't know the species, but guides will recognize this one, and I've seen this species or at least similar-looking species many times.
Wow.
Crocodiles.
There we go. Where's Roy? Roy still in here?
How is Roy doing?
He was in the chat tonight, so
Okay.
and being quite humorous and taking advantage of his anonymity in the chat, where he got away with saying a few things he might not have said if he was on the panel. You know, he's really poking fun pretty good. You know.
Okay. No, good. I'll see the live chat later once it's finished. Okay, to know how it's going. So crocodiles. This is one of the reasons why you shouldn't approach water just like that. But you would not typically only see crocodiles along big rivers. In Tárcoles, to the west of San Jose, there is a bridge where you can see from the bridge a lot of crocodiles. And this one is along that river on a boat tour. And in the north of Costa Rica, there are a few open areas, and there is another river that borders Nicaragua. There are also crocodiles there. But if you are in close to smaller rivers, you don't normally have crocodiles. You might have caimans, but crocodiles need bigger rivers or more water than a caiman. So normally you are okay. But if you are close to this big river, especially when in the wet season. If the water level is really, really high and you don't see the sides or the mud, then you should not approach these grassy areas because they can be there. This is a gecko, yellow-headed, a very common sight throughout Costa Rica, especially in the lowlands. Green iguanas. This is a young one. This is an older one. They are not green once they are adults. This is an adult male. They can get quite red. And I wouldn't get really close to one of these. I don't know if they would do anything, but they are quite impressive and big.
Slap you with a tail.
Yeah, that is true, yeah. This is a green snake, a very widely distributed snake. And this one is eating, I think it's a dry forest anole. I was hiking, I was walking, and I saw something on my right-hand side moving. I didn't know what it was, but I saw movement, so I stopped and I was looking around. But because the vine snake was standing still with the anole on its mouth, it took me a while to find out what was going on. And then when I saw the shape of the snake and I followed to the head, then I saw what was, he actually catch the anole at the moment that we were walking by.
Oh my goodness.
So I took a few pictures. I have almost the whole process in picture, except at the end. Well, at the end, I had to let somebody else take pictures, so I was from the other side. But I had plenty of pictures. I have plenty of pictures with the snake holding this poor fella.
So what was it, trying to suffocate it before swallowing it, or?
No, they don't. They don't suffocate. They just need to position the head of the anole on the right direction. Once the anole is, he actually holds the anole until he died, and then he just moves the anole so that it can be swollen head first.
Wow.
And the snake didn't. It was just holding the anole like this. It was not leaning against something. It just worked out the anole until the head was towards the mouth, and then he just swallowed it.
Wow.
And this is one of the first, so the anole was still alive here. Anyway, it's quite gruesome, so we can continue.
Yeah.
Okay, what you also very often see on trees or on at the edges of roofs are beds. This is a greater line bed, also with a very high ISO. I have better pictures, but I'll send one to Jeff one of these months. This is an agouti. It's a big mouse. It's a rodent. Common, but not always easily seen. They like to eat fruit, and they don't necessarily go to feeders, but you'll see them in parks or in the wild or close to your lodges. Sometimes you see these. This one was in a nature reserve in an open area. He was just there, and then it just disappeared into the forest. You also, from time to time, see these peccaries, collared peccaries. They're also there in Texas, or not? Or,
yes.
Arizona, I suppose.
Yes.
So they're there in Costa Rica.
Where Randall lived, they go up to there.
Okay, good. This is a tyra. It's what is this? It's not like it's a kind of a weasel or
like a mongoose or something, right?
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And the eyes on this picture is extremely high. If you zoom in, you see what I mean.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But from a distance, it looks okay. It's also raining.
Yeah,
But it was the only time I could take a picture of this species, so I just went for it. So very low ISO, as low as possible. And this was with a 500 PF from quite far. And this was also from, there was some fruit underneath here. So it just popped up for a few seconds, look around, and then it went away.
Wow.
It was, I think it was the only time I saw. Now I saw this species twice. Now this is one, also with extremely high ISO. It's a porcupine, sleeping.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Just next to the road. We were looking for birds, and then there was somebody that stepped out of a car, a local guy. He was not particularly looking for anything, and then he saw this porcupine sleeping. So he was there, was taking a picture, and I was just asked, well, I first had a look, I couldn't see it, and then in between the leaves. Again, this is a picture. It looks closer than what it is, and it's in between leaves, and the leaves are moving. And this is the only kind of, I think I have 2 or 3 very high ISO, quite far. And you see the white here. These leaves are also moving, so sometimes they are just there, and everything is blurred out. And so, and this is quite clear, but again, high ISO, quite far in the foliage, and then you have to take a lot of pictures until you have one where the leaves just kind of are out of the way,
Excellent.
Here we go.
This is one from my last trip. It's very bright. It's I haven't worked this one out, but I didn't process the picture, but I wanted to show it anyway because you can see how the animal looks like. It's not sharp here. I have better ones. I'll show you. This is the second best. 1, 2, 3. This is a three-toed sloth.
Sloth, yeah.
Yeah. And you have the other one, which is this one. Was raining a lot. This is a Hoffman. You cannot see it, 2-toed sloth. And like I said before, a lot of white here. It's not my favorite, but yeah, that's where they live. And sometimes you have to take a picture like this. And this picture I actually took with flash as well, because it was the end of the day. And this is what I said as well. Sometimes you can only take this picture with a flash. Without the flash, I would have no picture. Is it a nice picture? Well, I'll leave it up to you, but it's the only way to get this picture. Howler monkeys, these are everywhere, and you'll hear them very often, depending where. Well, maybe not in the middle of a town, but if you are in a lodge somewhere in the outskirts or in the middle of nature, you can have these guys being sleeping in the lodge or on or coming on top of your room or your house and wake you up. They wake you up at 5:30 in the morning with their calls. And the first time it happens, you think it's great, but if it happens every day, then you go like,
And there's your alarm clock. Yeah.
exactly. And you go like, oh, let me sleep for a little bit longer tonight.
Either that or after a few days, there's just one less monkey.
Yeah, but they're always in groups. So this is a spider monkey eating some fruit. Again, I don't like the whites here, but there we go. They are up in the trees, and you are really. This is quite. He was quite high up in the tree. Same thing, a lot of leaves, and you have to be lucky that it's just the face is kind of out of the leaves. They don't normally pose to you, so it's one of those species that you will see, but it's difficult to get a good picture.
Oh, goodness.
These are the infamous capucin monkeys that you had in Panama there, that you heard the stories.
Yeah. They like throwing stuff and grabbing shiny stuff.
Yeah. The good thing with monkeys is that if they start crossing from left to right in a group, you missed the first few, you kind of know where the next one is going to cross. And if you wait long enough, and if you're lucky with the way they go, then you can maybe get one with like posing, looking at you while he's walking on top of this branch.
Wow.
But but capuchin monkeys are pretty much everywhere in Costa Rica.
Ah,
Oh, there we go.
This is
Is that a panther or a leopard?
it's a jaguarundi.
Oh, okay.
Jaguarundis are not very nice looking. Actually, I spoke to a veterinary of the that works in the zoo in Madrid. He knows what jaguarundis are, and I asked him, are there any jaguarundis in the zoo in Madrid? And he says, no, jaguarundis look kind of ugly. So zoos normally don't have jaguarundis. So this picture is not taken from me. It was taken from my son.
wow.
Oh, wow. Huh.
He actually spotted the jaguarundi on the right-hand side, closer to where we were, and he saw it was a black animal. I initially thought it could be the taira, which was a black animal I showed you before. And we figured it out that he might have wanted to cross the street or the road, but we were there. So we thought, well, maybe we'll try to cross the road a little bit further up the road. So we waited a bit, and he did cross the road after a few minutes. I wasn't quick enough, but Daniel was quick enough. So it is the proof that he was there, this jaguarundi.
Wow.
But see, it looks like a cat, but yes, the form is quite specific. Once you see this form, you know it's a jaguarundi, and it's black. It's not a taira. It's a type of a cat. I've seen margais definitely once. I've seen a margai with my wife, which is like a mini jaguar. There are jaguars in Costa Rica, and then there are 3 other species of cats that have that kind of pattern that look like a jaguar, but they are a lot smaller. I've seen the second smallest at night, but I couldn't take a picture. The camera wouldn't focus, and it was anyway way too dark. But we saw that at a distance.
Yeah.
So, Randall, I think those jaguarundi get all the way up to Texas, but just in the Rio Grande Valley, in the southern part of Rio Grande Valley, there have been some jaguarundi. There are a couple of places that the jaguarundi still exists in the United States.
Okay, they go so far north. So this is a crested owl. You can see those throughout Costa Rica. This one I saw with a guide. I'll give you more information later. But a lot of these guides or nature reserves kind of know where these owls tend to sleep. So normally with the guides, you can find these, just like these ones. This is a juvenile spectacled owl. This is a juvenile from this one.
Beautiful.
Oh,
So that's an adult, and that's a juvenile.
wow.
Fantastic.
These are not taken at the same location, but they were both found. Yeah, they were both found with a guide.
Wow.
I've seen these without guides, but these 2 pictures are with the help of a guide. This is a funny-looking kite, a gray-headed kite, also found throughout Costa Rica. Not very easily seen, but I've seen a few times these species, but it's not one you see a lot.
Oh, aplomado.
No, this is a bat falcon.
Okay.
Looks like an aplomado. This picture has a lot of light. I don't know how I can get rid of this, but I don't like. It's quite sharp, but it's kind of gray somehow. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
too much light, I think. I don't know how to correct this, but anyway, this is a bat hawk. Very often seen perched, easily seen, really. So if you see like these dead trees along a road, it's worthwhile having a look or stopping from time to time and have a look. They are very often seen birds throughout Costa Rica, and they're like dead tree branches, so they're kind of easy to find for a change.
Use the dehaze function in Lightroom on that.
Yeah, that's a good. That's probably
that'll
true.
Darken it up. That'll darken up the feathers real nice.
Yeah, because if I try to increase the contrast, it doesn't really help. Yeah, the
What about
dehaze.
did you try dehazing it a little bit?
No, not at all. I didn't think about it.
Yeah, dehaze will do it for you.
Okay. No. Thanks for the tip. Excellent. Well, this is a king vulture. I took this picture this last time. I was in Costa Rica. This is from in the area of Boca Tapada, in the Laguna del Lagarto Lodge. You can hire the height for the entire day, and they're not afraid of people there. I mean, the height is an open height, but they are so used to get food there that they clearly see you, but they don't care about you.
Well, they're just waiting for you to fall down, then they'll get you.
Yeah, I suppose so. That's true.
That's why they like you. They're still waiting. Where's that one guy going to fall down? He looks like he's getting tired.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I'll send once a picture with how the adult looks like, but on a portrait of the adult is really beautiful. And that's the reason why we went to this lodge, only to have the opportunity to take a few in-flight shots of these species. It's quite an impressive species, especially with the head. What they
Yeah.
So
Well, how big is the wingspan?
Ooh.
4 feet.
We need the book.
Well, so Randall, they are called king vultures. They are almost just shy to be as big as a condor, correct?
Oh yeah, no, the condors are much bigger, I think.
I know, but they fulfill the same niche ecologically than the condors in the lowlands. So they're called king vultures because the turkey vultures and the blackhead vultures that you have there in Texas, these guys will come and they will move them away, and then they will eat first.
Yeah. Well, the book says 32 inches, the size of the bird. So from tail to the bill, 32
the
inches.
wingspan is probably close to 160, 180.
Yeah, it doesn't say in the book.
Let me just check here.
If you can find it for me or internet. Yeah, they are big. This is also a nice species to see. A puff bird. That's something which is you can only find in the tropics. You can see this throughout Costa Rica. I have the impression they are more common in the northwest, in the dry area.
I love the flowers in this composition.
Yeah, I have a few with these flowers. It actually turned out really nicely. You guys know what this one is?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them. Wow.
It's a migratory bird from North America.
Dick
Sizzles.
Dick Sizzles, exactly.
Dick Sizzles, yeah. You know, there are all kinds of branches here, but I wanted to show you this one also because it's the same thing. You know, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 birds, and none of them is good to take a picture of. I mean, this one is the only one which is kind of okay, but there are branches everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's a migratory bird. We're almost done. So now I'm going to show you a few pictures of, let's say, of the wetlands. So here in the north, we have a few wetlands which are worth exploring, not far from this huge lake, the Lake Nicaragua. You cannot get to Nicaragua because you're very close to the border, but you cannot see the lake from here. You will see the lake from this volcano, from these hills in Costa Rica. You will see the lake with good weather. But if you are here close to the border, you will not see the lake at all. But you do have a few wetlands which are worth exploring here in the north, Caño Negro. You also have wetlands here, Palo Verde, which I have never been to. But in around this area, you have this river and you have wetlands. Here in Tárcoles, that's where most of the crocodiles are in Costa Rica.
Oh, wow.
And this is where, so I'm just going to show you a few pictures of water birds and the coast. So this is the coast of the Caribbean. The sea on the Caribbean coast there is not much difference between high and low tide. There is hardly any difference. So you'll see in many places the forests getting almost straight to the sea.
Wow.
And I like to go there, say, to be at the coast, but you don't necessarily need to go to the the extreme southeast of Costa Rica for the different species of wildlife. But the landscape is beautiful. I've been there a few times. But I'll come back to that in a few minutes. This is a typical boat this is a jungle crocodile safari. I normally go with these guys. And sometimes the boat is full of tourists, and sometimes there are only like 5 or 6 people in the boat, depending on the day, and the season. You can I also know a guide, but surely there are a few others. This last time I went with a guy and with my 3 Spanish friends and with the captain, and we were there for 3 hours and we could rent a boat for $80 for all of us. So I thought was a good deal. What you can see at the coast, you see. This is something that it looks a bit, throughout the world, you have plovers like this one. This is a collared plover. You can only see this at the coast in Costa Rica, like many other plovers in North America. Without a boat tour, you will definitely not see any of these craigs. This is a yellow-throated craig, a very small bird that without a guide you definitely you normally will not see this. They know where they are, and you need a boat to get to this habitat because they are very small. They walk on top of this vegetation. You will not see the bird from the side of a river or from a lake. It's close to impossible. A bittern, pinnated bittern. It's not the North American species. It's the neotropical species. Normally, I've seen this species from a road. It's possible, but if you go on a boat tour, it's a lot easier. Not a good picture, but from quite far, this is a jabiru, a very, very big kind of stork. You will see this in the wetlands of northern Costa Rica and the northwest. This last time we haven't seen a single one because the wetlands were too dry already, and they didn't know where they were, but they had this hunch they would probably along that lake in Nicaragua, most probably. I don't know if this species is close to where Jeff lives. Or in Florida only. It's a snail kite.
Yeah, that's common in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is taken also in the north of Costa Rica, in those wetlands. This is a male. I've seen a female. I've seen this species in a few occasions. You only see this in the wetlands, anyway. So.
Yeah, crocodile.
So we finally got to the end of my wildlife section. Now for the tips and tricks. Danger crocodiles. And I'll show you this in association with the next picture. So, dry season, hardly any leaves, and you see this, yeah, this is along the road, look, barbed wire. And why do I show this picture? I stopped here because I saw a crocodile going in.
Oh, wow.
And then you think, really, the whole landscape is dry. You don't see any trace of, well, to some degree, you hardly see any green, you know, hardly any water. And then you see this small pond, and there was a crocodile here.
Wow.
So I took the picture as an example back then already, like I have to show this because people will not believe that you can see a crocodile here. And then for hundreds of yards or even a kilometer, there is no water. But that's where they are. Or at least one was. During the wet season, they will just roam around, and probably this one can just survive here for the entire dry season if he's lucky, and this doesn't dry out completely. So you have to be careful if you by chance are not if you're on the other side of the barbed wire and when you see this pond, I wouldn't immediately think, oh, there might be a crocodile here. Roy in Australia would probably say the same, but they are used to crocodiles in Australia. Why am I showing you now this picture? See the car there, and I was walking here, and as I passed, this fell.
Oh, wow.
The road right where I was like 30 seconds before.
Jeez.
So I just walked here, I heard this noise, turned around, and this thing fell there. You are in the always, well, it's difficult you always have dead branches in Costa Rica. And you look also, this is also the dry season, but it doesn't matter, dry or wet season. If you're walking and if you think about it, you should in fact, but you don't always think about it. If you see a dead branch on top of your path, of your where you're walking, maybe just walk a little bit on the side, just for the sake of it. You never know when these things are going to fall. Let's have a look.
On the other hand, it's a great opportunity to look at a bromelia, a close.
Yeah. But if the locals, and I've seen guides doing that, they go to these logs that fall, and then they take these orchideas and bromelias that otherwise would actually die, and once they fall, and they take them and they use them for perches or for their gardens and whatever. I mean, you shouldn't take bromelias or orchids from the wild, but in this case, it makes all sense to. I mean, if you live there,
Exactly.
Take them. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. So, this is in Hotel Quelitales, just to give you an example of how an accommodation can look like. This hotel, this is where I took the picture of that black-bellied hummingbird. This is also in the Pacific slope at around 4,000 feet. And I spent 2 nights there just to look for a few species. And I've seen on those 2 days a few species that I hadn't seen before. So it was a good idea to go. This is in the mountains where the quetzals live. You can see it's quite dry. And this is one of the houses that I rented. I don't remember here on which occasion, but that was a car that we had. It was a Montero, I think.
Looks like a beautiful sunset.
Sunrise it was.
Oh, sunrise. Okay.
Yeah, this was sunrise because we just stood up to look for quetzals. This is another lodge in the northwest. You see the houses here.
Beautiful.
Another one here. Another one there, and you don't see it on this picture, but this tree is huge, and this is like a circle with several with housing all the way around here. and you're actually very close to the sea. If you would go further to the left, you would see the Gulf of Nicoya.
Oh wow.
Now, what kind of power do they have in these places? Do you have to bring like a conversion kit for
No,
know.
it's the same. It's the same as in the USA.
same? Okay.
Yeah, it's also the same plugs.
Okay.
Okay.
It's us from Europe that needs to take an adapter. Yeah.
Do you drive on the right hand side or left hand side?
Here, no, it's on the right hand side.
Okay.
Yeah. It's only in former British colonies until recent times that they drive on the left.
Okay.
I'm not sure about Belize, but everywhere else in the Americas is on the right hand side. So that's quite good. This is my last picture, guys.
So what is
Oh,
the
my
name of this
goodness.
lodge, Luis?
This is a La Ensenada lodge,
Okay.
but I'm missing a few things. Ha.
What's the elevation at this particular location?
Oh, this is by the sea.
Well, you're sea level or
Sea
And
level.
this is on the Pacific or Caribbean side?
Pacific. This is a Pacific. Here we are at almost 10,000 feet
Wow.
on this one, and this and here it's a lot lower. This is what I said, 4,000 feet plus minus.
Wow.
Just realize that I don't have those examples of tours, but I'm going to bring them from one laptop to the other. I'll do that in a minute. You guys have any questions? Because I have a map of locations, and that's what I wanted to show you. But I need to bring them to this laptop. It will take me a minute or two.
Oh, wow. That's excellent.
Yeah, wonderful presentation. And between the last time and this time, you outdid very good.
You guys are more than welcome.
Appreciate you taking the time to do this.
And fantastic photography, Luis, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and you showed so pretty much, I mean, just from looking at the pictures, you realize that you better bring some lens sleeves to cover your lenses, because you're going to run into rain. Bring a poncho with you or some water repellent clothing, and like you said, you got the rubber boots there in some cases that you may need.
Yeah.
Going through some small streams or whatnot. And now, what about are bugs really bad? A lot of bugs. You need to bring real strong, bug repellent with you, or?
Well, yeah, there are some mosquitoes, especially during the wet season, or if you're closer to in the north, closer to those marshes. No, I didn't have that many mosquitoes there, but you should always have it with you because you never know where you're going to find mosquitoes. That's for sure.
That's the beauty of going to the mountains, Jeffrey. That in the high mountain, the cloud
that
forest,
is true. Yes,
there's a lot less.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to share another screen. I think this will do the trick.
So I look for the wingspan of the king vulture, Luis.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 1.5 meters, which is about 5 feet.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
Hello, Scuba Rozzi. Now that I can see the chat, nice to see you in here talking about hopping a train to see if the breeding season of the kingfishers has started.
Oh yeah,
that's cool.
Jeff, can you see if I'm trying to?
Yep. Okay. Sorry.
That's all right. So first, this map. This is the tour. Let me think. Yeah, this is my last tour that I did. Okay. So we landed in San Jose. You can see here. The airport is actually in Alajuela here. So this is where the airport of San Jose is. This is an example. This is a possible tour, and I'll just go through the different places. So from San Jose, we went to what is here, Cinchona. This is that let's say medium elevation cafe with a feeder that I
Okay.
showed you the picture when it was misty. We went there to see a few species of at that altitude first, and then we drove. Was about 3 hours to this lodge that I showed you in the very last slide with those houses in a circle.
Okay.
Yeah.
And although it looks like it's quite far south, you already see here the same species that you find in the Northwest. So this is
Okay.
already a dry forest. And then the idea was to go from here to this mountain here in Bijagua, to visit a garden where those hummingbirds, those coquettes, the ones with the funny hair like that. There's a garden called Bird Songs. I have the contact of the owner, but you find this online as well. And if you call that guy, you pay per person $10, which is kind of the norm in Costa Rica to have access to a private property. It's always $10 or something like that, and then you can stay the whole day there. In fact, this garden I know where it's located. It's along the road. It's not closed, so I contacted him via WhatsApp, and he just said, just get in, and we arranged a place where I could leave the money for him.
Yeah.
I didn't see him. I didn't see the owner, but he knew I was coming, and I said, okay, it's $10 per person. We're going to be there, the three of us. One was sick. And so that's what I paid. And we saw the coquette. So that was the idea. This Heliconius lodge is where those bridges are that Jeff likes a lot. And then we moved to the wetlands in the north. We visited both Caño Negro. Rio Frio is on the way to Medio Queso. Medio Queso is not far from Nicaragua. That's where the bitterns are and those craigs.
Okay.
Rio Frio is on the way, and very often along the way here you find those big storks, the jabirus. There is a lot of wildlife here. And in Caño Negro, you have a river with a network of lakes and other, say, meanders of the river. And you hire a guide with a boat, and you can easily spend 2 or 3 days here. Partly with a guide on the boat, or you yourself on the driving between Rio Frio and Caño Negro. You'll see a lot anyway. And then we drove all the way here. We went here to Laguna del Lagarto for that king vulture hide.
Mm.
And this is already lowland Caribbean landscape with evergreen rainforest. There were poison dart frogs there as well. So there was a lot weather conditions than even the north here. Here in the north has slightly different weather pattern than the Caribbean, which I don't kind of remember. They have a different dry season. It's a question of months, but you can expect rain every day, and if you don't, you're lucky. But here in the Northwest, typically it will not rain at all between December and April. And then we went further south. We went to this area of Guapiles to see a lot of species from the Caribbean side. So you don't need to go to the coasts to see a lot of species. You can just stay around here. And there are a few places that we actually ended up not visiting, the Centro Manu, which is like a cultural center. Couples can get married there. You can spend. It's a camping ground. You can also sleep there but they have their own forest, and you can walk there or hire a guide for a morning or whatever. They also have an hummingbird garden there. We actually ended up not going there because we visited some other places. The National Park Bravo Carrillo is very interesting, but very thickly, densely forested. It's very difficult to bird, but for the die-hard birders, it's really worth to take pictures. Is very, very difficult. In Flores, we visited. There are at least 2 guides that I know that can take you to those owls, the crested owl and the spectacled owl, and you can stay at their gardens. They have hummingbird gardens, feeders. So we spent the whole day in the forest and with one of those guides. And with him we saw a lot of species in the forest, and even let's say in his garden we took a lot of pictures during the morning and early afternoon. And then this is the day that it took us a long time to drive. As I said before, we went all the way to San Jose, and actually this arrow is misleading because you really go in and then you go out, and there's a lot of traffic here. Get to Cartago, there was less traffic than I expected. That was good news. And I'll show it in a different map. We actually had lunch, and we stayed in a kind of restaurant with a height incorporated, which is Casa Tangaradawi, and we were able to take a few pictures there of a few birds as well. And then we went to the area of the Quetzals, which is here. Miriam Quetzals is a restaurant with a feeder, very well known, and we stayed at in the rooms that they provide, in fact. Paraíso Quetzal Lodge is where we actually stopped on our way to take pictures of hummingbirds and to have a drink. Cerro Buena Vista is that very high altitude hill where you can find those specific birds, like that wren.
Now,
Then
what currency do you use? Do you have to do they accept U.S. money, or do you have to
they
get?
do. Yeah,
They do.
they use dollars and their local currency.
Okay.
If you go to, say, here up in the north, they ideally don't want dollars because it takes for them a long time to get to a bank to exchange it. If you are in Costa Rica or San Jose or in more touristical areas, they'll take it anyway because it's easily exchangeable. So the further you are away from touristical areas or from the capital, the more you need the local currency. I always have a bit of local currency. The guides you normally pay in dollars because it's a bigger amount than what the locals use, let's say.
Yeah. Is there a place at the airport when you land where you can exchange money?
Yes, you can do that. You probably will be surprised how easy it is to pay with your credit card.
Okay.
If you exchange money, don't exchange money in San Jose or in Cartago because there are huge queues to exchange money or to do some banking in the local banks. I would say use Banco Nacional because Banco Nacional does not charge for exchanging dollars. They don't charge the what is it? I missed the word.
Exchange rate. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
the exchange rate is where you get the best exchange rate.
Yeah.
But try to do it in a smaller town if you need.
Yeah.
Or just get money from a bank. But go to a Banco Nacional and get money from if you just want to get the money, I would just use the card and get money from Banco Nacional. If you have cash, I would go in and exchange, but expect huge queues because we tried to exchange money in Cartago this last time, and they came back saying, well, we took number 60 something, and they are on number 12. and you had to wait, and I said, just forget about it and just drive, and we'll exchange the money somewhere else.
But the hotels and the lodges, they all charge you dollars or credit card.
Normally, you pay in dollars.
Exactly.
They will charge you or will tell you how much it is in dollars, and if you happen to have colones, then they will accept it, of course. Very often the prices are based in dollars because most people that go to those lodges or hire the hides are foreigners.
Exactly.
Yeah. So really, unless you know you're going to go to some remote areas, you might
Yeah.
want to have a little bit of
It's
local
always it's always handy to have like I don't know $100, $200 in local currency,
yeah.
just
Yeah.
for the small for restaurants or on small places where very local places where they don't take a card or whatever.
Yeah.
So I always have colones with me, but never huge amounts. But you'll get a hand of it. Everybody will accept dollars, but in some places, if you, for instance, here in San Gerardo, they will accept dollars and they will actually, if it's cash, very often they give you a discount, and if you use a card, it depends on the area.
Yeah.
And from here, we went down to the coast. We stopped at a few places to try to score a few species that only live here in the southwest. Got to Tarcoles because of the river and the crocodiles and the mangroves, and Carrara National Park, which is really worth visiting. And then we drove back.
Now, this was over what period of time you did this loop?
You can do this in 2 weeks easily. I've done this in 2 weeks.
Okay.
But now we did this in 3 weeks. Just gave us a lot more time to go to the edges.
Yeah.
It was the first time I went to this place. In 2 weeks, I would not have done it. In 3 weeks, yes, I did that. Let me just show you this next one, because this was a planning, but this is what happened. Because when we were here, we heard that a 3-wattled bellbird was singing around here, and this guy knew the location, and he brought us in contact with somebody else that could take us to this bird. And I had no pictures of that bird before, and the group wanted to see it. So we actually did not see a lot of dry forest species because we ended up not going in this direction, and we actually went back to the mountains. Did see the bellbird, but the mist was terrible.
Oh,
So we
Now,
managed to see the bird.
You're driving through this loop. You're renting a car and you're driving through here.
Yes,
Or
we
you
are
got a guide?
driving.
Okay.
Yes, but while these would have been like a 2.5 hours maximum drive, we ended up driving 5.5 to go just to see that bird and another feeder that a tangara was supposed to come, the only place where the golden blue tangara, and we actually missed that bird. So we had all of this drive for a bird in the mist.
And no problem no problem, like worrying about whether you're going to be able to get fuel and run out of gas or anything.
No. That's not really an issue in Costa Rica. No.
Okay.
You can refuel everywhere. Actually, I don't think we refueled until we got there.
Okay.
It's just that the way up to Bijagua from this side, it was so misty that we really had to drive really, really carefully. We couldn't see. There were so many bends on the road that it was well, kind of dangerous. But we managed. Here and what we did something different was here we visited a nature reserve called Los Cuzingos. This was not in the planning, but was well worth because we saw the quetzals readily on the first day. So when we were in the morning of the last day, we didn't have to spend a lot of time in the valley. We just went to the area of the quetzals for like half an hour, 1 hour, just to have a look, had breakfast, and then we left immediately. And because we left immediately, and this is a short ride, we had plenty of time to go and do something else which was not planned. And that was kind of, it was not very successful because it was very dry and there were not many birds. But there we go, you try.
Yeah.
My last two things I want to show. This is the trip that I did last year, and then I did the trip the other way around. I went again to Cinchona, went back, but then instead of doing the loop clockwise, I did it anti-clockwise, and that had to do with the way I could book the hotels. For a lot of these places, again, this was during the high season. It's a bit of a puzzle to find accommodation.
Mm.
So this was last year. I had to do it the other way around, but that's okay. We visited a lot of the same places, as you can see here. We didn't drive through San Jose to get to this place. We went the other way around because we wanted to try to find this sun bittern, and we did. It was in this valley. They are very common there, and we were actually lucky to see one. That was a picture that I showed you. So that's why we made this detour, and we tried to look for a different group of species here. But we ended up in the same place. We went up again up to the north. We didn't go to this area for the king vulture. And as you can see, we went to the same lodge here. And then we drove to Liberia. Why? Because we were leaving from Liberia. We flew in to San Jose and we left back to Europe from Liberia.
Mm.
That is actually very handy that we can do that. So we land in San Jose, hire a car here and deliver the car there. So we didn't have to actually go back. That gave us a lot more time to explore the Northwest. And even on the last day, we were birding all day until we got to the airport because the flight was at 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening.
Wow.
So you laid all this out ahead of time, planned it all out, and you had all the places you were going to stay reserved ahead of time, or did you?
Yeah, really months ahead of time.
So okay, so you didn't have any situations where you kind of went off plan enough where you had to try to find a place that you didn't have a reservation for. You had everything all booked up.
I had all booked up. There are lodges or hotels that are almost fully booked almost a year in advance.
Wow.
So you really have to, if you go off season, no problem. On the other, and also there are plenty of, let's say, very cheap places. You always find a place to stay, really. There are many places, but to go to the, let's say, better or lodges or locations, then it's worthwhile to reserve in time. It's almost time to stop. I realize that.
What's the average for a decent place to stay? What are you paying a night?
Well, that can be quite interesting. And actually, I'll send you, Jeff, these slides later by email if people want to have more into the
Okay.
Rancho Naturalista. For instance, I was there for the first time this last time before my Spanish friends arrived. It's very well known, has a lot of birds, a lot of hides that you can rent, a lot of Americans and Canadians there. Is it it's quite expensive. Is it worthwhile? Well, I'll leave it up to you. You can search online, but it's like, I don't want to give the wrong price because a lot of people can.
You don't want to scare anybody yet.
No, I don't want to lie because everybody can see this later online and said, "Oh,
Yeah.
he gave it too much." It's not cheap.
Yeah.
Hotel Calitales is cheaper. If you go what they call in the green season, during the rainy season, is even cheaper than normal. I was there with my wife, and it's also have hiking trails. You see a lot of species, and although they are very close to each other, you see different species as well from one place to the other. They are both really good. Rancho Naturalista is difficult to book. I was able to book for one night, and even people were surprised to know that I only booked it like a few weeks before. but maybe because somebody canceled the booking. Normally, Rancho Naturalista is booked way ahead of time. I normally tend to book hotels that I can cancel within a few days or weeks before, because I don't want to be
Charged.
yeah. If something goes wrong and you don't show up, yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. I'll just go quickly through some of these. Hotel Bougainville, it's like half an hour from the airport, is, I think, the best place to start or to finish a Costa Rica trip. In many YouTube films and whatever, there is a eBird hotspot as a beautiful garden, and it's to start your holidays. I would say just go there. You get used to the sounds, you get used to the birds, which are more common. Beautiful place to stay. And you see a few places here. Bosque de Paz in the mountains. I've been there once. It's beautiful. Gardens are okay. The forest, it's huge, and it's quite dark as well. Okay, but you see a lot of birds there. Virgen del Socorro, I always visit. It's a valley. That's where I showed the picture in the way on the Caribbean slope, let's say. Tirimbina, it's a lodge. It's a more local lodge with a reserve. Also beautiful. A lot of birds you can see there. Selva Verde, I've not been there, but I heard it's very good. You can see a lot of lowland animals. La Selva, it's a private organization from the, what is it called, Tropical Organization of Tropical Studies, OTS, something like that. I've been there a few times. I actually stayed in the south. They have another reserve in the south, but you can visit the reserve. You can hire a guide if you want. Boca Tapada is again on the Caribbean lowlands. That's where you have the king vulture hide. This area, Flores, Rio Blanco, you have those two guides that I can send Jeff the contact later if people want to know more, that we send the information privately, perhaps. Is that an idea?
Yeah, that's fine.
Tortuguero, a lot of people go to Tortuguero. It's beautiful. Canals, you see a lot of wildlife, but you don't necessarily need to go there to see more species. Same here, beautiful, beaches are beautiful. I know a guide which is very good to visit this reserve in the south. Quite far to get and to get out. It's worth a visit, but for, let's say, a lot of more different species, you don't need to go that far if you are short of time. Here, going to the south, Casa Tangaradawi. I stopped there for a while. You can eat, you can see, there is a hide. You can visit a person, you can contact him. It's at a rather high altitude, so you have the chances of seeing some birds that you don't see here, definitely, on those two lodges. These I mentioned before already, Paraíso Quetzal and the San Gerardo de Dota Valley. That's where you see the quetzals and high altitude birds. There is a mirador here on the way down, where you're already much lower. It's a restaurant. You can stay overnight. We actually slept there this last time, and it was surprisingly probably the best place I've slept.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, was one of the cheapest and one of the best. The restaurant is good. I knew that, but I'd never been in their lodge, and it was let's say so cheap. Then I thought, okay, let's see how it's very good. Very, very nice surprise. Going south, Las Cruces, you are at an altitude already, and it's the same organization that has La Selva also has this botanical garden and reserve.
Oh, wow.
I've been there. You see a lot of species. It's one of the best places to stay to see these southwestern specials. If you go to Corcovado, very touristic. A lot of people visit Corcovado by taking a boat from Drake Bay, which is here, and visit Corcovado from here. You normally cannot stay in Corcovado. There are no hotels in the national park. Very often you just visit, you hike, and then you go away. And there is a very basic place that you have to reserve, one of these research stations, but you sleep very basically, and I've never been there. But people camp there for a few days, but you have to get in and out either by walking a lot of kilometers from one of the entries, or by walking back to the coast and then take a boat out. You can stay on the outskirts here in the north of the national park, and you see a lot of species anyway, close to Puerto Jimenez. This is where Steve Perry has his where he normally stays, where he has the tours in Costa Rica. He actually flies into San Jose, and I think most of his tours, if not all, they fly from San Jose to Puerto Jimenez, and that's where they normally stay, in that area. And then just to finish here, go to the northwest, we have Carrara National Park, which is a mix of dry forest and wet forest. You should visit. Tarcolis, that's where the crocodiles are, and people are getting tired. I'm about to stop. San Luis, it's not because it's my name, but it's a place you can go to visit the feeder and the trails. It's at some altitude, you see some species that you don't see otherwise. Same with Arenal and Monteverde. Arenal is a beautiful lodge, the Arenal Observatory Lodge. It's worth visiting. If not to stay, the trails are beautiful. You see a lot of species. I think they have almost, if not 500 species in there. And then you have those two volcanoes. There are more, but I've been in Bijagua, in the Tenorio. This is Rincón de la Vieja. You can visit the national park. You can hike there. The trails are beautiful. This is the lodge that I mentioned before. And then I don't mention anything here. This is very touristic, lots of beaches, people that only stay at the beach here. There are lots of these lodges or these expensive hotels that you can stay in the Playa Flamingo. Tamarindo is very popular with people that just go to stay a few weeks at the beach.
All right, so
the diving is more difficult.
That's where people are going, and they're actually swimming and not worrying about getting eaten by crocodiles.
Yeah, there are not many crocodiles here at the coast.
All it takes is one, you know.
Yeah. Very good.
I would find that one.
Here you're fine. There is no problem whatsoever. This national park here, Santa Rosa, is apparently very beautiful, but I've never been there. Then again, dry forests, difficult to bird. If you go there in the dry season, you can almost only do something between 9 and 10, and from 11 onwards, it's so hot that it's difficult to do anything. That's why I've visited a lot less than the rest of Costa Rica.
Okay.
So, Luis, when you stay in at a given location in a lodge for how many days? 3 days or 3 nights or something like that?
Just go back once, say here. So, yeah, we stayed one night close to the airport. Here we stayed 2 nights. Okay. And then we moved again 2. And then we moved 3 nights here.
Okay.
And then here we stayed 2. And here we stayed 3 nights. And then we stayed 2 nights in the mountains, because I know the quetzals are quite reliable. Otherwise, I would stay 3. And then we drove all the way here, and we stayed 3 nights at the end here. And then we drove to the airport and flew back at the end of the day.
Wow, that's quite that's a workhorse of a trip.
yeah, that's true.
How many? Just for the group of people here, I mean, how many times have you been in Costa Rica?
10 times.
That tells you.
Yeah,
But
if you're,
I don't have any trip in planned. Let's say. I don't know. I don't know when the next time will be.
That's
Yeah.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
that's the planning. That's the planning of an experienced tourist, right there.
Yeah, and listen, guys, I'm not even mentioning restaurants because I could talk about restaurants for 2 hours as well.
Oh,
Thank you, Luis. Thank you, my brothers. This is beautiful. It will
Yeah,
help a lot of people.
Thank you
Yeah.
very, very much. And yeah, anything you want to send to me in terms of contacts or anything like that, you could send it to me, and then I'll just send it to me as a PDF file or something. And then what I'll do is we'll just say on the show, if someone wants additional information, they can contact me, and I'll just send them a copy of the PDF file.
yeah,
And then
I'll do that.
that way it's by request. It's not just,
Yeah, because I didn't want to just because people can see this next year or the year after or whatever. It's going to
Right.
be on the internet, and I don't want to mention prices as such because prices will change as well, and I might be wrong because I don't remember all the prices by heart.
Yeah, that's no problem. That's what the internet is for.
That's it. And some of the most expensive places I just pay and forget.
Exactly.
Yeah. And if you're lucky, you just pay it once and that's it. And then you go. Good.
Hey, I got something here for you, Luis, that you need to buy.
Uh-oh.
These are new books that I don't know if you have them.
No. What is
They
that?
just published.
North. Okay.
These are difficult fly catchers. Okay.
Well, the fly catchers in Costa Rica are typically the family that I've normally. Some of them I need to get the book.
Exactly, but if you come here, when you come to the U.S., these are excellent new books that came. They are very. I mean, these are just beyond the regular, Sibley book or something. These are specific groups.
Yeah. Okay. I'll search for them.
Yes.
I'll make a screenshot later and I'll
Exactly.
search for them.
So those are fantastic, and they just actually one came as I was traveling. So I think there is one extra volume that is coming.
Okay.
They go into very detail on how to differentiate. I think Jeff, you have one of those. In the last review, you show one of those birds that are very difficult to identify. So you need to send me that photo and see whether we can get it.
The Eastern Phoebe, or
Yeah, so they are covered in one of these books here.
very good. So I'll let you guys go.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. I mean, I know this was no, I'll just do this on the tomorrow afternoon and I'll get it done type of trick. This was a lot of work that you put into this, and we really appreciate it. I mean, I think everybody got a lot out of it, and like I said, we can share contact information by request and deal with it that way. But thanks a lot. I mean, you made the night easy for me. So I owe you one. You saved my voice. I didn't have to talk so much. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well,
And the photos were fantastic, Luis.
Yes, very great photos. Great photos.
I try to show a compilation of all kinds of stuff, and then that's it. I might join you guys more often, even without the topic. Who knows?
But
Yes.
yeah, I like shots of frogs and lizards and stuff too. So I mean, even though most people just see me shooting birds or maybe some macro here or there, but yeah, we only have a few, not as many lizards and critters like that where I am versus Costa Rica, of course. But I like taking shots of everything, so I enjoyed it all. I enjoyed the whole thing.
Very good. That's what I wanted to show and that's what I said before. You can take any lens to Costa Rica, so to speak. You'll always find a subject.
And I see Joey's in here. I don't think he was feeling great to come on, but I'm glad you popped in, Joe, and saw some of it. And I recommend for those of you that have come in late that you watch this show. And if you want to focus primarily on, which I personally don't blame you, skip the part where I talk and just start 2 hours into the show where Luis came in, and see the good part of the show. You can skip the rest, and you'll really enjoy it. So highly recommend that you do that. And we're gonna sign off. We're at our time here, 2:00 in the morning, and just want to thank everybody on the panel as always for coming in. Very, very happy to see both Chuck and Roy and Maribel in the chat. Especially Roy, who was in rare form tonight. Check out some of his comments he made in the chat if you weren't here to see what he was talking about. But it was nice having him in here, and I think he's warming up, and hopefully he'll be back on the panel soon. But it was great to know that he's well enough to converse and be involved with the chat. I mean, that was a nice thing tonight. So we're very happy about that. So once again, thank you everybody for coming on. Thank you everybody for on the panel, and thank Luis for your effort, not only for tonight, but what you did a few weeks ago. Greatly appreciated, and a lot of information for anyone who hasn't been there. A lot of information to absorb, but thankfully, due to the magic of YouTube, this is memorialized, and you can go back and watch these events as often as you want and take notes and decide what you want to do. And Mozman's saying he's 5 minutes from home and we're going to sign off. Yeah, because I wanted to cut you off, Tim, before you got home. Because I'm a real mean, you know what. So, but once again, thank you very much.
Excellent.
And everybody else.
I think that was over 100 pictures, wasn't it? Or close to it?
I think it was like 120 something.
Wow.
Yeah.
So wonderful, absolutely wonderful, and like I said, I hope this gets people more amped up to not be afraid to come on and present something, because nobody on the panel bites, and even if we wanted to bite you, we can't, because it's just seeing your picture. We're not next to you. You're safe. You're not going to get hurt. Come on, share information, keep the enthusiasm going for the show, and where people want to come and learn things and get exposed to different things. That's what it should all be about, because it's all about everybody, in the chat. And if everybody participates, everybody has, as they say, skin in the game. Makes it more exciting, makes it more enjoyable for everybody. So we're going to take off, guys. So have a good one. And as I say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there and get some great images for yourself.